Oh, that's down there. There's a bottle of sanitizer.
Okay.
Oh, it has blackberry in it. I didn't realize it had blackberry. Sir? Yes, sir. And we're gonna do the pledge right after I call the order.
Oh, all our sandwiches.
All the sandwiches. And I just opened it and,
That's probably good. Why don't you want to smell something?
well, it smells like, you know, the onion from a good sandwich. When
There you go.
I mean, it's a good, but I can't, that's gonna distract me, like totally.
So if I come over here and do this.
No, no.
You one that doesn't like onions?
I do like onions, I don't really smell well. I really don't, and you know, I don't have, like, I don't, kid smells, like, I'm not, like, diapers or all of that, that doesn't bother me.
Cooking with onions is a beautiful thing. You agree?
Grilled onions
Yeah.
on a
grilled.
steak with mushrooms.
Yeah.
Ooh. Grilled mushrooms.
Getting specific.
Grilled onions.
Love grilled mushrooms. Garlic butter. We're getting ourselves hungry.
You
How's
son.
your foot coming along? No?
Little scary, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, you prefer the shrub.
Yeah. Got my iPad today.
I was just telling Paul, this is the second time I've had my iPad, and I think we've had a
Good evening and welcome to the June 9th, 2020 school board meeting. We're glad everyone's here and we're glad you're watching via the internet and any way you can. And if everybody will just stand, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Y'all have had the agenda. Are there any additions, Dr. Rollins?
Let's go to the agenda with standards.
I would like to add, Dr. Rollins, at the end of the agenda, an executive session, please.
Great.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. There's a motion by Kevin Owenby, a second by Nick Emerson. All those in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? And we've had the minutes for both the regular meeting held on March 12th, the special meeting held on May 26th, and the special meeting held on June 2nd.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
There's a motion by Randy Hutchinson, a second by Eddie Ramos to approve all of the minutes as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Dr. Rollins?
For our first item on the agenda this evening, again, has to do with the recognition of outstanding accomplishments of one of our staff members. We've had these kind of opportunities over the years, but I must tell you that tonight's recognition, I think, is very special to each of our team members, and I know this board, because of just the profound respect and admiration we have for Mr. Justin Swope, who is our principal at Lee Elementary School. Justin has done phenomenal work over time, and he's really dedicated himself to lead his team in such a way to advance student growth and really in phenomenal ways. As I have to do, and y'all have to do this with me, I know that I've only given him a minute or so. So if he exceeds his time with it, we all understand that. Mr. Swope, welcome. We're so proud of you to have been named just recently the Arkansas Elementary Principal of the Year. Let's all stand and give him a big hand.
Thank you, Dr. Rollins. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. I'm setting a timer on my phone for 1 minute, Dr. Rollins. It's starting now. No. You know, that afternoon that y'all presented the award, as I mentioned that afternoon, that application process was about telling the story of our school. It wasn't about me or what I'm doing, but it was about one of the most diverse populations in the state of children, and it was about the hard work at Lee Elementary of the teachers who live out a culture and an attitude of growing kids. But you know, another part of that story, the story of Lee, is it's about the conditions for growth. And that comes from our school board, and it comes from you, Dr. Rollins. You know, before I came to Springdale in 2008, I was a principal in Elkins, and I was also working on my administrative internship for district administration. And part of those experiences led me to collaborate with Springdale schools, attending patron shelf, school board meetings, other activities in that internship. And I quickly realized that I wanted to work here because, Dr. Rollins, you were leading school according to the textbook. So I truly mean it when I say thank you to the school board, thank you, board, for creating the conditions to lead a school that grows kids. And thank you, Dr. Rollins, for showing me, guiding me, leading me, supporting me, and how to lead a school that grows kids. You know, this district's leadership is a big reason why people like me or Shelley Pope or Melissa Fink or Michael Shepard or Sherry Bells, I could list on and on and on the people who receive these leadership awards. And it's the conditions that our board and our district leadership puts into place, coupled with the hard work of our staff and kids. It's those right conditions. So thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Wait. Come back, Justin.
But I put my mask back on.
I just wanted to tell you just how blessed we are to have you in the district and how thankful we are for the work that you do. Every time we step in your school, we can see just the pride you have in your school, the excitement on the kids and the teachers' faces, and just that they're excited to learn and they want to be there. And that's exactly what we want out of Springdale. And you do a phenomenal job. And we couldn't be prouder. And to say that you're the elementary principal of the year is just another exciting thing to do. And we're just so proud as a board, and others may have some more to say, but I just wanted to say congratulations and thank you for all the hard work that you do.
Thank you. That really means a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job, Justin. We're so proud. Oh, that's really fun to see.
It's
Our
exciting.
staff members excel, and we recognize that one. That's a beautiful thing.
You've prepared them to be the best.
The social worker program, as good as you know, is a relatively new addition to our district, but one that has been so needed, and their impact has been so powerful in terms of supporting children, touching their lives, helping them through challenging situations, and the list goes on and on. But at the heart of it all is the relationship these people are building with kids, with staff, with teachers, with parents. It's really special, and I want to invite Mr. Damon Donnell, who is the coordinator of the social worker program, and again has provided great leadership to help launch this program. And we want to recognize Mr. Donnell, a very special social worker this evening as well.
Thank you, board members and Dr. Rollins. We are so very fortunate in Springdale to have outstanding social workers. I'm here this afternoon to recognize one of those social workers. Janet Hornberger has been named as the 2019-2020 Springdale School District Social Worker of the Year. Over the past 2 years, Ms. Hornberger has served at Parson Hills, Bay Area Elementary, and Sonora Middle School. Ms. Hornberger was nominated by district administrators for exemplifying the Springdale social worker vision of connecting, advocating, resolving, and empowering students and families. We are so proud of Ms. Hornberger, and in recognition of this honor, we'd like to present her with this plaque. Thank you, Ms. Hornberger, for all of your hard work and dedication to Springdale students and families. And while I have her here, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the Springdale Social Worker Program. Currently, there are 11 district social workers who serve 21 schools. Social workers reported 11,100 entries in eSchool this year, documenting services provided to students and families in the areas of community resources, mental health, food, clothing, bedding, utility and rent assistance, immigration services, crisis interventions, social skills, emotional supports, behavioral supports, transportation for mental health and medical appointments, and McKinney-Vento Families in Transition support, and attendance and fin support. Again, I'm so very proud of Ms. Hornberger and our other 10 district social workers who work diligently every day to accomplish their mission of providing services to students, families, and staff to support and promote each student's academic and social success. Thank you very much.
What I do hope is this program takes root as we see its impact across the district, that we can, like all things, continue to grow and extend so that each of the schools in our district has access to this kind of support personnel. Those are just goals as we go forward.
Well, I think it's one of those things that we have seen and watched over the few years, that how in the world did we get along without them? I mean, they do, just that list alone, they're doing so much for our students. And so we just need to keep growing it as much as we can.
They're each averaging over 1,000 entries. I don't know how you do
It
that.
just blows me away.
It's amazing.
Board, if you would turn to page 21 in your agenda, at the bottom of the page, you'll see 3 of our staff members who are being recognized. You're very aware that we have numerous partnerships with the University of Arkansas. Our staff really does a great job of inviting entry-level teachers into their classroom and working with them as mentors, really to help grow and tweak, if you will, the skills that they're going to need to be outstanding teachers. We've been about this for a long, long time. I'm going to ask Mr. Swope to come back to the microphone for just a moment, because you can see 3 of our teachers are being recognized by the University of Arkansas as mentor teachers. And 2 of the 3 are from Lee Elementary School, which again is a real tribute to the great things that are going on there. And I'll let Justin kind of paint the picture of how our teachers mentor these entry-level teachers. Justin, will you help me?
Yes, sir. So the university is such a great partner with our school district in many ways, and this internship program is one of them. Many of Springdale schools host interns, and there are many schools across Northwest Arkansas that host interns as well. Districts, Farmington, Prairie Grove, Elkins, many of our districts host. So when I see an award take place, and there are 7 of those, and I consider the scope of the number of schools that are hosting interns and how many awards are given out, it brings me great pride to see that 3 of the 7 awards come from Springdale schools, and 2 of those 3 come from Lee Elementary. And so these awards are called Excellence and Mentoring Awards. And it's just nominations from those interns sharing the experiences that they've had in these internship classrooms, and just how those educators have poured into making them the next generation, and kind of leaving their legacy into the next generation of teachers. Lee Elementary hosts bachelor level interns, and Karen Walker is a 4th grade teacher at Lee, and she received the Excellence in Mentoring Award for bachelor's level interns. Coach Jelinek, he's been here before. He was the 2017 Arkansas PE Teacher of the Year, and again being honored for his work in feeding that next generation of PE teachers as an excellent mentor. And I count it an honor. Before I worked at Lee Elementary, I was the assistant principal at Jones Elementary, and I got to work with Teresa Davis. And I count all 3 of these people, I count it an honor to have worked with these folks. Jones Elementary hosts master's level interns, and Miss Davis is the Excellence in Mentoring Award recipient for that degree program. So just a great opportunity for Springdale schools to be highlighted once again. And I'm so very proud of Lee and our sister school, Jones, having
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We'll find a very special way to personally acknowledge the work of these wonderful teachers. They are very special. Board, if I might, I'd just like to announce, we've been very involved with Forward Arkansas for a number of years. Forward Arkansas really is a collaborative organization. They bring the conversations that are pushing public schools, helping grow the public schools, and they're constantly doing that. And our new assistant superintendent for the elementary program was invited to be a part of a collaborative group then that was Zoomed and shared out across the state, obviously looking at the impact of the COVID-19 and how districts are responding and dealing and really providing instructional services during this time. That Melissa was right at the forefront. I know you're all very proud of her as well. So congratulations, Ms. Finch. Great job. Item E on the agenda board, I wanted Ms. Tisher, I wanted our high school principals to have a chance to talk with you. The graduation special, from my point of view, was just that. And we've had tremendous feedback from students, from parents, from patrons in general across the district. And I think each of you understand that from the very beginning, when we realized the uncertainty of the graduation experience, our team began to respond immediately in terms of, well, what can we do? How might we express our appreciation, our respect, frankly, the love that we all have for our seniors? And the graduation special was a result of the planning of our principal, Ms. Tisher, and many, many others. And I do want you to know, and I know that you understand it already, the production crew that took all this information and assimilated it and then shared it with the community, from my point of view, did a phenomenal job as well. My first call was to Mr. Jones, as you can imagine, to thank Trent and his team for the work that they had done to share this experience with the community. So let's listen to them, and then I hope y'all can have some good interaction. There have been those, Michelle, that she shared with this morning, might suggest this has a long-term life, but I think that students and families really enjoy it. So, Ms. Tisher.
Dr. Rollins, I'm commandeering the meeting for a few minutes.
Good.
I got special permission to do this from the board, so if you'll please just give me a few moments.
Okay.
So, first of all, I want to thank an amazing individual, and that's Miss Cynthia Newman. Ms. Newman, I know that you have been in our district for a number of years, but I know when I'm talking right now, you hate to receive any type of attention on yourself, so please just let me say these few words to you. The leadership team, and that's talking about everybody, not just the people in this room, want to personally thank you for your 36 years of commitment to our district. You have very high standards and your dedication is second to none. And because of this, you have made Springdale a better place. I know you have a passion for writing, so whatever you're planning on doing in the couple months and years, whatever that is, we hope the best for you. And we want to thank you for your unwavering pursuit of excellence in Springdale schools. I know you have been a big support of Dr. Rollins and the school board, and we just wanted to personally thank you. I'm still not quite done. And so Dr. Rollins, she's not the only one we wanted to thank. Of course, you have been our amazing leader, and I would like to read something for you. I'm going to use the word we, so if I happen to use the word I, please know that these are the sentiments of not just me and the district leadership, but really everybody. You have done some amazing things for Springdale, and when I say for Springdale, I'm talking about the students, the parents, the educators, the staff, and the community members. So I'm going to just read a little bit about your accomplishments. I know I don't quite have the 45-page book or 100-page book that it would take, but I do want to read some of the highlights. So as you all know, Dr. Jim Rollins has been the superintendent of Springdale schools for 38 years, and he is in transition to become the president of Northwest Technical Institute, and how fortunate they are to have such an extraordinary visionary leader. Just a little bit of information about Dr. Rollins. Dr. Rollins earned his bachelor's degree with honors from Arkansas College in Batesville. He earned his master's of education degree, his specialist degree in secondary administration, and his doctorate in education administration from the University of Arkansas. Dr. Rollins began his professional academic career as a science teacher at Ridge Road Junior High in North Little Rock. After 2 years, he moved to Old Main High School in North Little Rock, where he taught chemistry for 2 years before becoming an assistant principal at Lakewood Junior High. Following that, he was a principal for 2 years at McClellan High School in Little Rock. Then the magic happened. Dr. Rollins moved to Springdale as the district's director of secondary education in 1980. 2 years later, in 1982, Dr. Rollins became superintendent of Springdale schools, and for almost 40 years, he has been solid in his belief that we teach them all and that all means all. During his tenure, Dr. Rollins has overseen some amazing growth in the district. When he arrived, Springdale had about 6,000 students. And it has grown to be the largest district in Arkansas with over 23,000 students. It is also one of the most diverse districts in Arkansas, and Dr. Rollins' leadership has led the district to host the largest family literacy program in the country. Since he has been superintendent, Dr. Rollins has also overseen the construction of 22 schools. Dr. Rollins, that's about 70% of the schools in our district. Currently, Don Tyson School of Innovation Phase 2 is being completed and will open in the fall semester, effectively doubling the school's capacity of over 2,000. And the reason I mentioned Don Tyson School of Innovation is that it is the first school of its kind in Arkansas with a focus on innovation and a unique delivery of personalized learning. This school, the Don Tyson School of Innovation, stemmed from Dr. Rollins' vision to address any time, any place, and any pace learning to meet the needs of our students and our families. Recently, Dr. Rollins has been instrumental in the construction of the Harbor High School Wildcat Stadium, the Dennis DeBusk track in Springdale High School, the baseball and softball facilities at both Springdale and Harbor High School, and the renovation of Gerald Williams Bulldog Stadium. And of course, these are just a few of these things. As you can tell, over his 40 years as superintendent of schools, Dr. Rollins has built a legacy that includes growth, innovation, and excellence. He has created business partnerships that collaboratively have brought the best to our students, families, schools, and districts. And as these partnerships have grown, they have positively impacted not just our schools, but the city of Springdale and made it stronger. His vision of teach them all has become the norm, and all means all. That is the foundation of our district. The new district logo illustrates the heart of his work, with the student at the center representing our collective why. Dr. Rollins, this is a pure and true legacy. Some of Dr. Rollins' accomplishments and honors since he has been at Springdale, and I know there are quite a few, so please, Dr. Rollins, you deserve this honor to allow me to read these. Dr. Rollins was named Arkansas Superintendent of the Year. But what's so much more amazing than that is that he is the only superintendent that has ever received it twice in the state of Arkansas. He received the 2020 Outstanding Alumnus Award in Education from the College of Education and Health Professions at the University of Arkansas. He received the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drum Major Innovation Service Award presented at the U.S. Department of Education. He was named the 2018-19 Administrator of the Year by the Arkansas Communication and Theater Arts Association. He was named a Leader to Learn From by Education Week magazine. He was presented with the Excellence of Education Award by Advanced Ed. He was featured in Money magazine as one of 50 Money heroes across the nation for efforts to promote economic education in public schools. He represented Arkansas on the governing board of the American Association of School Administrators. He is on the board of directors for Springdale Chamber of Commerce, past president of the board of directors for the Rodeo of the Ozarks. He's a member of the Springdale Rotary Club. He was named the 2014 Arkansas Music Educators Association Administrator of the Year. He was named the Arkansas Scholastic Press Association Administrator of the Year. He received the Unity Award for service to the Northwest Arkansas community. That was a citation presented by the Arkansas House of Representatives. He was honored as one of 40 years, 40 leaders for Arkansas by the Winthrop Rockefeller Foundation. He was the recipient of the Humanitarian Award presented by the Northwest Arkansas chapter of the National Federation for Just Communities. He received the Friends of the Arkansas Association of Gifted Educators. Named Arkansas Honorary State Farmer by the Arkansas Future Farmers of America. He's an Arkansas representative in the U.S. Department of Education in the Superintendent's Task Force regarding the No Child Left Behind initiative. President of the Arkansas Association of Educational Administrators, and a member of the AAEA Board of Directors. Alumnus of the Decade by the Arkansas College at Batesville. The State Committee member, Arkansas Joint Council for Economic Education. He is a member of the Board of East, and as you know, we have the largest East program in the nation. Thank you, Dr. Rollins. Past president of the Arkansas Association of School Administrators. He's also been the past president of Arkansas Association of Supervision and Curriculum and Development, Northwest Arkansas Administrators Association, the Board of Directors of Northwest Arkansas Educational Service Cooperative, a member of the Arkansas Association of School Administrators Legislative Committee, a lifetime board member of Economic Arkansas, a member of the steering committee for the Arkansas State Workforce Development Commission, and a member of the Arkansas Department of Workforce Education Advisory Board on the High Schools That Work Network. Dr. Rollins, I could go on and on and on. These accomplishments are a reflection of your work and just a small amount of your work. This list is so much longer, but these are just a few that I've read, and they speak volumes to the heart and passion of Dr. Jim Rollins. Dr. Rollins, I want to personally thank you for taking a chance on me, helping me grow as an educator and as a leader. I know these sentiments ring across the district with numerous people, and I have one of those people that's going to share a little bit more. So Ms. Ford, would you please come forward?
Thank you. Good evening. Dr. Rollins, you have led the way. You have set the example, and you have been the vision, the innovation, and the conscience of our district for almost 40 years. Your staircase to excellence has been our guiding document and the principles upon which we have found so much success. Through these foundational pieces, you have consistently grown the capacity of your people. You have been the teacher, the professor, and we have been your students. How many superintendents, Dr. Rollins, have you grown up? How many principals and assistant principals have you produced? How many teacher leaders have you mentored? The number, too great to count. What a legacy you have made through our city, our state, and even our nation. And then there are all of the awards. The Principal Awards, the Milken Awards, the National Distinguished Principal Award, Teacher Award, Counselor Award, Economic Awards, Music, Agri, Debate, Sports, School Awards. How many have come our way? All because you've led the way. All because you defined the vision. You gave us our true north, and you never did waver. In Springdale, it's always been about excellence. Whether we're talking about facilities or achievement. But most importantly, Dr. Rollins, with you, it's always been about what is best for kids. And as I look at the foundational pieces to your staircase to excellence, I see growing, stretching, clarifying, empowering, launching, understanding, becoming. We have been your classroom for this, Dr. Rollins. We've been your students. And some of your students actually have gotten together, and we were looking at this model, and we feel that there's one last step that definitely needs to be added here tonight. And it's for sure the next right step. This district has and will continue to stand on the shoulders of a giant. And you, Dr. Rollins, are that giant.
Dr. Rollins, a legacy is, simply put, something handed down from one generation to the next. It is only fitting that as our students progress through the staircase of educational excellence, that it culminates in leaving a legacy, applying what they've learned in a way that positively impacts and grows the next generation. In this way, the staircase of educational excellence perpetuates itself. Dr. Rollins, as Sarah already mentioned, you've been a model of this. Not only a model of all the steps, but also a model of how to leave a legacy. Tonight, Dr. Rollins, we are dedicating this last step on the staircase to educational excellence to you. Sir, in order to honor your legacy and also to publicly commit to continuing your legacy and inspire our students to leave their own legacy. Thank you. Dr. Rollins, there are others here who want to share this moment with you. If you would, please excuse yourself and come down here to the second floor. And school board, if you would, please accompany him because there are some others here to honor his legacy. And Dr. Rollins, honor your legacy. And we'd like to do that together and share that moment with you. If y'all will all please come down.
Seth, Grant, we're gonna break it.
Come on, let's go.
What a beautiful day. Hi, Eddie. Hi. Kinley. Hi, Jake. Doing good. Good to see everyone. Beautiful day. What I'll always remember. We appreciate you so much. Yes, sir. We'll be in touch. Yeah. Oh, y'all doing good. Let me say hi to this one. Y'all know the school here. How you doing, my friend? You doing good? Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Doing good? Oh. We're gonna come right over here for a photo op, sir.
I think we all need to be over here.
So we're down here together, all lined up here. Make sure you stay spread apart. Spread apart.
No. Since you're wearing my favorite product shirt, it's okay.
Coca-Cola?
I'm down to 3 a day.
My dad's a Pepsi guy. He makes my shirt.
Well, maybe Dad never. That's so funny. Okay. It's very good.
Everybody ready?
Me?
Yes, please. Okay. see you. Marcia Jones, got the sunglasses on.
Dr. Rollins.
Continue to serve them. Yep. I will be. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we'll take a hand for you. You'll get them later. I signed this up for you with all the schools I've come I was here on the top floor. First job. I want to take you down.
The key to my heart.
I'll be right with
I forgot something. I better go get it. We're going to keep them on. We'll take them off.
Awesome.
Good to see you.
I am probably walking
It's good. Look here. I'm going.
Make sure you rub that in there. Rub that in. How we doing?
Okay, bud. Go over here.
Thank you for coming.
Go
Thank
there.
you for coming.
Let me get a picture. What about my hair?
Oh, it looks better than mine. There you go. All right.
Well, exactly. We break it. Okay. Yeah. I had no Hi, Heather. How are y'all? Good to see you. Go come up here. Let's get right.
I'll take the sign.
How are you? Oh, thank you.
Keep the
Is this
mask.
Jody? Good to see you. Bye, girls. Can you get this one?
There you go. Absolutely.
Get it, Seth?
I got you. You see Captain
Hi, Margarita. Can we get a picture? I'll put it up. Get right.
Come back up this way, sir.
Hello, sharp person.
Dr. Rollins, I hope you understand the love that we have for you and so many other individuals, but we are not quite done yet. So we know you've had an impact on so many students, families, teachers, support staff, business owners, and community members. And as you can see, there was a lot of them there today celebrating. We have two more things, and so I'm going to have Ms. Tischer come forward, and then we have one more thing after that. Good evening, Dr. Rollins and board. I bring you special greetings just for you, Dr. Rollins, from Governor Hutchinson. And he has sent a letter for us to share with you this evening, and then you'll be receiving your official copy very soon in the mail. Dear Dr. Rollins, as governor, I want to thank you for your outstanding contribution to the state and to its citizens. For more than 41 years, you have given of your time, knowledge, and expertise to the Springdale Public School District. Your contributions to education and the community of Springdale are numerous, and I appreciate your unwavering commitment to your work. Throughout your career, you have worked tirelessly to ensure that all students receive the instruction they need and are prepared to work in a global society. As the Springdale Public School District grew exponentially, you adapted with innovative programs and remained committed to excellence. Your experience and leadership will be valuable assets to the Northwest Arkansas Technical Institute. I am grateful to know there are honorable people such as yourself at the forefront of education in Arkansas. On behalf of the state of Arkansas, I thank you for your service to the Springdale Public School District. Best wishes as you begin this new chapter. Sincerely, Asa Hutchinson, and he wrote a special note in his own handwriting that says, "Congrats, Jim." And Dr. Rollins, we just have one more thing. We have a video to share with you, so I hope you enjoy as we finish this celebration of your dedication to Springdale schools and to the families and students that you reach every single day.
When you think of Northwest Arkansas, you think of John Tyson, Sam Walton, J.B. Hunt, and the Jones family. And I believe you go in the category of, when we think about Northwest Arkansas, we think about Jim Rollins as well. So that's really stuck in my heart over the last couple of years to see you work. And so I just really respect you, and I thank you for your work here and making Springdale the place that I love to live. I just want to give you a few words of encouragement and thanks and appreciation for your dedication to Springdale, Arkansas.
Jim, over 30 years ago, we bought our first Golden Retriever pup from you. We watched our boys play ball together. I've had 10 years almost to serve on the school board under you, and then now this last 12 years as mayor, you've been nothing but a trusted friend, a confidant, a mentor, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. And I can't put into words what you've done for Springdale and for the people of Springdale over the past several years, and your legacy will live on.
Here's a guy that the children and the families of Springdale, Arkansas will benefit from for many years to the future, that has established a passion for serving all kids and being able to do it with grace and dignity, processing decisions very well that have to be processed, but yet not being slow to act when something has to be done. He's like the Psalm 1:3 verse that says he's a man that's firmly planted. I thank you, Dr. Rollins.
Thank you from the teachers and principals for your continued support and encouragement for us to do our very best work to serve the students of Springdale. I'm honored and privileged to have worked for and with you during many changes in our school district and our community. But one thing never changed. It was always about the success of the students. Dr. Rollins, you laid the foundation for the great work that's been going on and is going to continue going on in the Springdale School District. And for that, we are grateful.
Dr. Rollins, you are a role model for many, a mentor to many. I think if you would look at the educators and leaders that have come through the Springdale School District, they would all be in agreement that you have been someone to look up to and a very instrumental part of the success of education there in the Springdale community. As the city of Springdale has grown and as Northwest Arkansas has grown, the Springdale School District has grown in its support for all students. And that is a legacy, Dr. Rollins, that I know that you will be remembered for a long time.
Thank you for being my role model and for countless others. When the district grew exponentially with families from different languages and cultural backgrounds, you brought a multitude of people and resources on board to ensure we were teaching them all, and we're growing our next generation of bilingual, bicultural elementary teachers through your leadership.
Dr. Rollins, I can't thank you enough for your years of service to the children and families of Springdale. You're leaving a tremendous legacy. A legacy built on true care and compassion for our students, staff, and the whole community. As our community experienced an influx of immigrants, you led this district with a culture of unity. It doesn't matter whether a child comes from across the street or across the ocean. The minute they cross through the classroom door, they're our kids. We teach them all, and all means all. Dr. Rollins, you led this district in a positive, visionary way, always supporting and encouraging and mentoring others. You are leaving this district with a strong foundation on a path for continued success. We will be forever grateful for your leadership.
When I think about what I learned from you about public service, I learned about working with others. I learned about leading others. I learned that times are not always easy and they're not always a piece of cake, and during those tough times is when you need to be the steadiest. You always reflected incredibly steady and confident leadership. I'm thankful that I know you. I'm thankful you led our school district. I love you. God bless you, Dr. Rollins.
You gave me a universe full of training on how to be an effective leader, how to be a visionary, how to step beyond the doubts and insecurities that people naturally have and cause them to do things that they would not have done on their own. You were my 9th grade science teacher, and you've been my master teacher on how to lead. Thank you.
Dr. Rollins, I have often heard you say that all children, all our children in Springdale deserve the best education that we can give them. And your commitment to seeing that even children who don't speak English as a first language or children who need special education get the best education we can supply has inspired me and made me a big fan of Jim Rollins and the Springdale School District. Thank you so much for all that you've done.
Hartzell and I reflected on the many conversations we had over the years. Your mind was always open to new learning and the accepting of change. And when decisions were to be made, the most important question was always, how will this impact our students? You always recognized that the business of the district was to focus on the academic, social, and emotional well-being of our students, and that innovation was the best way to accomplish that goal. Thank you for your leadership that leaves a strongly embedded culture that values partnerships, academic achievement, and a welcoming school environment for all. We wish you the best.
And now, as you move into a new role, I want to say how much I look forward to working with you in that new role, looking to bring the same level of success to the Northwest Technical Institute as we have seen with the Springdale School District. Congratulations, my friend.
Congratulations and best wishes to teach them all at NTI.
Dr. Rollins, I hope that you have had an opportunity to take a moment and enjoy all of those that have sent you well wishes and come to see you and wish you the best as you transition to the presidency of NTI. And it's really hard to transition back to the board agenda after this. And of course, I'm the one who's next. But I will say that talking about the graduation specials, I think is the perfect transition, because I feel like the graduation specials embody all of the things that have been said this evening about you and your vision and your leadership in terms of personalized learning and all means all. And so I think for a few minutes, as we transition back into the agenda, we will review the graduation specials that aired on May 29th and May 30th. I put some infographics up here that we released leading up to the graduation specials. We did the 12 days of graduation countdown, where we encouraged all of our seniors to participate in the different themed days by posting their photos on their social media and sharing in the excitement leading up to the graduation specials. We also encouraged all of our seniors in our city, all 1,500 plus of them, to take a moment, put on their cap and gown, and have a watch party with their family and really take it in and enjoy the specials that we produced for them. In just a moment, I'm going to have Mr. Jones come up and talk a little bit about an overall report. Before I wanted to do that, I had a lot of quotes. People have reached out and shared their reflections about the specials and kind of their feelings and sentiments, since of course this was uncharted territory to celebrate our seniors in a unique, personalized way. And so I just included a few of the quotes here that I'd like to share. These are from parents and students. I liked it better than a regular graduation. The quick speeches from the community connected with more people. Getting to see each student's face was great. And in the part of that quote that you don't see, the person talked about how oftentimes in a large graduation setting, if you're sitting far away, it's really difficult to actually see the kids. And so really enjoyed seeing the pictures. It was absolutely incredible. A lot of work went into it. Love this virtual graduation. It really did bring some closure for parents and kids and really felt like a graduation. It focused on the heart and the purpose of the ceremony. And I specifically chose this last quote because from the very beginning, when we met as a district team and we shared our vision of what this could be, our main focus was to personalize each of these ceremonies for each of our high schools and for each of our seniors in our district, and to allow people to connect. And I think that overall we achieved that goal, and we're excited to share our report with you this evening. So this is our production team, and I'm going to let Mr. Jones come up and share some thank yous and his report. And then I'm going to let you hear briefly from each of the high school principals. So Mr. Jones, would you like to come on up?
Thank you, Ms. Tischer, Dr. Rollins, and the school board. It was the communications office and the media teams across the district's great honor and great privilege to be able to produce the 2020 graduation celebration. Our teams produced over 10 hours of content with a combined 800 hours of work to produce that. And I am very honored and privileged to have the opportunity to work with this team. I'd like to let you know who each of them are. Under the leadership of Dr. Marcia Smith and Ms. Shannon Tischer, they were fantastic helping us to make sure that we were accomplishing our goals. Our high school principals, as you all know, are outstanding. Kobe Davis, Kelly Bortz, Jason Jones, and Paul Greep. They were very supportive, very patient with us, and we really appreciated that. We had two really wonderful ASL interpreters, Mackenzie Smith and Stephanie Brazel, and it was really quite an honor to have the opportunity to work with them and to just learn all the different ways that there are to communicate. It was very special. Our team that made the production from the communications team is Seth Biasso. He produced most of Archer's. Dustin Mapes, he put in a lot of yeoman's work building a web page and promotional materials. Stephen Lightfoot, Missy Martinez, we all get the privilege of working with her every month. She's fantastic. Jim Bob Lindsay came in and helped mix some music. At Harbor High School, the great Travis Sherman did some really heavy lifting. I'm very proud of him for the work that he did. Michael Brown and Clint Pinalto assisted in creating the choir performances. Rochelle Nichols at Springdale High School did a great job. She went in and personally edited a lot of the work from Springdale High School. I'm very proud of her and the work that she did. Thank you, Rochelle. At Don Tyson, first-year teacher, Craig Pasquinzo. How about that? First-year teacher steps right in to Don Tyson, which is prestigious, but also into a pandemic and produces a virtual celebration. I'm very proud of you, Craig. You did a great job. And truly an important member of our team was Carrie Brado, who helped get all the assets we had translated into 3 different languages. So we had approximately 50,000 total views on all of the assets. We built a web page to promote the graduation. We produced nearly 100 promotional graphics in English, Spanish, and in Marshallese. We did nearly 20 media interviews on every imaginable station you possibly could to try to get as much message out to our people that care about them, that we're doing this for them. And I think we were successful in getting them to watch. And finally, we had over 800 people participate by sending videos into our graduations. That was the community, the teacher thank yous, the cap throwing. And for me personally, the community well wishes was very special when we were able to have the governor, the senator, third base coach from Kansas City Royals, John Tyson, the mayor, the chief of police, and a lot of people that are just proven to our community. As you know, Dr. Rollins, you talk about partnerships. These people are the fabric that we send our seniors out into the community, out into the state, and out into the nation, and they're the ones that take care of our kids. So it was really nice to have their faces involved in our production. So from all of us at the media team and the communications office, I want to say thank you to Dr. Smith and Shannon Tischer. Thank you, board. And thank you, Dr. Rollins. It was our great honor to do so. Thank you.
Okay, so just briefly, each of the high school principals is going to come up and share a little reflection. And then at the end, I'll come back up and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or any comments that you would like to share. We're just going to have the principals come up in the order in which they were live streamed. And so first we'll hear from Dr. Davis from Archer, followed by Mr. Jones from Springdale High School, Dr. Greek from Harbor High, and then Ms. Works from Tyson School of Innovation. We'll finish, and then I'll come back up to the podium. Dr. Davis.
Thank you all so much. I first want to say, Dr. Rollins, thank you so much for your leadership and your mentorship. And it was fun being out there and being part of this ceremony to celebrate you. Thank you all for allowing us this opportunity to do this graduation special. And I can speak for all of our Archer teachers and students and also their families that this was a very special production. They felt that it was very personal, and it definitely was something that everyone could identify with and felt like they were able to easily see their part in the ceremony. Trent's team was amazing to work with. Seth helped us so much, and I just really thank that team for all they did. We had 123 kids that graduated in the slide deck, so what you saw that night was 123, but since then we keep working, and we've gotten up to 130 graduates as of today. So we're really excited about that. And we're excited about all of the things that our kids will be doing. And so it's really been great to be a part of this. And I think that it's something that we hope to continue in the future. I think it will look very different, but we think that we could probably do something like this from here on out. Thank you.
Dr. Rollins, board, just want to echo a lot of what Dr. Davis mentioned. Really proud of the team, really proud of Springdale Schools. Said for many, many years that Springdale sets the standard, and I feel like this graduation special was just another example of Springdale Public Schools setting the standard. So really proud to be a part of it. It was a small part. Really enjoyed seeing the comments as the graduation special was being shown. It was, as I read through the comments, it was just confirmation that we did the right thing in celebrating our seniors in this way. So really proud of the product, really proud of the team and how everyone came together to produce a great product. So thank you. Looking forward to what we can do next year.
Dr. Rollins and the board, thank you for the opportunity to share tonight. A while back when we started thinking about how we could celebrate the graduating class of 2020, we knew that we wanted to do something special to them because of, all of the work that took them to this special point. And, we wanted to do more than just produce a video. And really, when you watch the production that we did, it was really a celebration of our kids. And I'm so proud of the hard work. I think of Travis Sherman and the hours that he put in, along with Trent Jones and the team. It really captured a spirit of love for our graduates. And at Harbor, we graduated 637 kids this year. And again, it was a special way for us to come together as a faculty and as a Wildcat family and just tell our kids how proud we are of them. So thank you, Dr. Rollins, for this opportunity.
Dr. Rollins and school board, it was such an honor to work on this project with district administration, the communications team, and the other principals. I think it was a labor of love for all of us because we wanted to do something very special for this senior class, just to celebrate them. So in addition to the graduation special, the 12 days of graduation that everybody worked on and the pictures that our seniors sent in, just to see them being able to celebrate this time. We were happy that we had the opportunity to celebrate with them in creating this graduation special. And I think about what makes Springdale great and always think about team and how the team came together to do something amazing for our seniors. And the feedback I've gotten from parents has been so positive, and even from our seniors feeling like that, this gave them the recognition and celebration that they were looking for. So it was, I was just blessed to be part of it and to be able to celebrate our seniors in this way.
Thank you to all of our principals. Before we move forward, do any of you have any questions or anything about the graduation special?
I just want to say thank you to everyone for all the hard work and all the time that went into it. It just was amazing. I know I got a lot of texts and thank yous from people that normally don't reach out, that said they were just thankful for it, and they felt like it was such a gift to each of our seniors to have and to be able to look back on. And I don't think any of them quite understand the time and energy that went into it, but I know they're thankful, and we are too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The final piece of information that I have this evening for my agenda item is just to revisit once more the tentative plans for traditional graduation. Basically on this slide, I just revisited the tentatively scheduled dates and times for each of the high school. We are currently still awaiting an update from the Arkansas Department of Education, the Arkansas Department of Health, and the Governor's Office concerning the reevaluation of the possibility of having a traditional graduation after July 1st. And so we continue to await further guidance. And just to revisit, I just wanted to remind you that we tentatively have scheduled those dates for Thursday, July 9th, Friday, July 10th, and Saturday, July 11th. And those will be held at our high school stadiums. And so there is a webinar this Friday, June 12th, with the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, where we will be receiving some additional information. And so we are hopeful that the possibility of graduation might be addressed at that time. Thank you all. And now we will transition to Dr. Smith.
Tisher. I know we've celebrated Trent and his team, but everything that you've seen today pretty much has communications wrapped all around it. So I really do want to do another shout out to his team for all the hard work that they've done. So we're going to move into the preliminary plans of what's happening about school opening. And I want to preface this part of the presentation to say, I am sure things will change tomorrow. We do have a webinar coming up, like Ms. Tisher said. We watched one last week, and we'll watch another one this week. And every time we get additional information, that means just a whole bunch of new things are changing, and we're trying to kind of shift and go as we move forward with our planning. One of the first things that I want to read, I took the next few slides from the commissioner's memo that came out on June 1st. And there's some very critical language in this memo, and so I would like to read it out loud. I've tried to highlight the key words and colors for you, but it says, school year 2019 and 2020 is coming to a close. Now is the time to begin planning for school year 2021. Arkansas believes learning can happen anytime, anywhere. In the wake of COVID-19, Arkansas schools are now challenged to reassess their school and district plans. So that's big right there, reassessing our school and district plans. Arkansas has a strong foundation, and we have identified 3 key factors for Arkansas to be ready for learning. And so these are the big bullets right here. We have blended learning, guaranteed and viable curriculum, and a student-focused approach. And I am going to repeat those. Blended learning, guaranteed and viable curriculum, and a student-focused approach. They go on to say that the Arkansas Ready for Learning model provides the LEA the flexibility to request waivers for remote learning with the assurance that learning continues and that the LEA has the ability to move to face-to-face, blended, or remote learning as needed without AMI approval or makeup days. Meaning they are now giving LEAs, districts, the ability to, based on what they see happening in their district, to move fluidly between these three different phases, face-to-face, blended, or remote learning. So as the curriculum and instruction team came together, we read through this and we know this is where our focus needs to be. So as I mentioned, as we started processing, we did watch a webinar that took place June 4th. They gave us some basic guidelines with the idea that they would give us more information this coming Friday. So where did we start? As you can tell, this is a very, very big task. Dr. Rollins, I want to thank you for this, but he has said over and over and over to the team, right now the time is to be adaptable, to have the belief that we can do this collectively, and that we have to trust. We have to build trust, and we have to continue with the trust of everybody that's working for the same goal. So these are the processes that we've gone through. First of all, the curriculum instruction team met, and that actually included more than just the three CNI people. It actually included Paul Miller from technology. We had ESL in our professional development. Carrie Brado was there, and we had other people coming in. Kevin Calkin as he came through. But we were started by looking at the CDC guidelines, and we went through with a fine-tooth comb and said, what happens in these CDC guidelines that we're really going to have to address for reopening of school? From there, we took to what is it going to look like next year? What are the different scenarios that we're going to have to plan for? From there, we took our principles and we said, we're going to start formulating a plan. We need your help to start bringing in some of your ideas and thoughts about what it will look like and what is unique to your school. And then we want to create, and hopefully this will be done within the next week, a co-task group, which I'll talk about a little bit more, to help us finish the thought process before moving forward. So one of the things we came about after reading the CDC guidelines were these were things that no matter what we do are going to be first and foremost in our thought process. As you guys have probably heard through some of the memos Dr. Rollins has sent, transportation is going to be key. How do we transport our students to and from based on CDC guidelines? That's going to be huge in the decisions we make. What about school arrival and dismissal times? As you know, we have staggered starts across our district, but we also know that when students arrive to school and when they leave, we have to make sure that we don't have large group gathering areas. The other thing they talked about is having minimal number of people coming in contact with students and faculty. So we have to look at what about our substitute situation? How do we take care of that? How do we make sure we minimize that? Safety and hygiene, of course, that's huge. What about our sanitation stations, our personal protection equipment? What are going to be the requirements for our students and staff? How are we going to equip them? What does that look like in the funding and so forth for those? One of the things that came out from a survey that we sent to our faculty and also to our families is that there is a big focus on our social emotional, and I'm going to use the word wellness, but it's not just for our students. This goes deep with our teachers, with our administrators, and with our families. And I thought Mr. Donnell did a great job talking about how our social workers also have a big part in that, but that's huge for us right now. Technology. So not only do we have to look at getting the devices in the hands of students, but we also have to make sure once they have the device in their hand, how can we make sure they're connected to Wi-Fi? And that itself is a big process that Paul Miller and his team are working on. Other things to consider are what do our breakfasts and lunches look like? We're not allowed to have large group gatherings, so how are we going to go about having breakfast and lunch and still meeting the guidelines of giving teachers and staff the needed times that they get regarding their lunch times and breaks? We have to address large group gatherings, and when we think about large group gatherings, it affects a lot of different things. Parent meetings, assemblies, faculty meetings. What about areas where students hang out? Think about the high schools when they get to school. What about athletics, fine arts? All these things have to be considered when we're moving forward. The CDC guidelines also talked about minimizing hallway traffic. Well, you can think about what that might look like. How do we reduce the number of transition times so there is limited amounts of contact? Hallway traffic in Harbor High School with 2,300 kids, 7 periods a day, that's quite a task that we're going to have to tackle. We also need to think about how are we going to equip our students that may become ill, and how do we make sure that we have the right guidelines in place. From a curriculum instruction standpoint, we have to really rethink about what our classrooms look like. From the CDC guidelines, they want us having tables and they want us facing forward and they want to have limited contact with students. That kind of goes against the way we've been planning and working through in our schools. So we have to really look at that. The way we have our furniture, we've been purchasing furniture that really meets the unique needs of our students. We're going to have to really assess those as well. Materials in the classroom, manipulatives. We've been asked through these CDC guidelines to minimize the amount of contact that students have, and how do we make sure that we have enough manipulatives that students can still move forward with their learning. And of course, a big one is, based on everything I just said, how do we provide the professional development for every single of our 3,000 individuals, not including the students and families, to make sure that we can move forward seamlessly. So this was step one in our processing, was really looking through the CDC guidelines and really formulating these. But once we had a grasp about these, we moved on to the next thing, and we realized very quickly that communication in what our definitions was key. And so I am going to read some definitions that I hope the board really owns, because you're going to be hearing these over and over and over again. These have also come down from DESE, and I think having a clear understanding of these definitions will help understanding as we move forward. So the first thing, and of course this makes sense, is on-site learning. That's when the students actually come to school and learn as they've done similarly in the past. It's also referred to face-to-face. Sometimes it's referred to as brick. You're at a brick and mortar facility, but on-site learning is the first one. Okay, the next two sometimes get mixed a little bit, but when I talk about these two, I'm really referencing online learning. So synchronous online learning, and I kind of think about, if you think about the synchronized water dancing that they used to do years ago, it was two people doing the same thing at the same time in the same place. Synchronous online learning means learning is taking place and the participants are interacting at the same time and in the same place. Right now, this would be synchronous learning. It's like a Zoom meeting where I can talk with you, you can talk with me, and we're at the same time and in the same virtual space. Asynchronous learning is a method of learning where students can actually go at their own pace. So this might be self-guided lessons, video streams, virtual libraries where students go and access when they're ready, posted lecture notes, exchanges across discussion boards or social media platforms. So two very, very critical. Synchronous, same time, same place, normally in a virtual platform like Zoom or Google Hangout or some of the other platforms. Asynchronous, it is still online learning, but normally it's students working at their own pace and accessing it. The other definition is remote. Remote is what we're going to refer to is when students that have been learning are now learning from home. So it is not virtual. We want to be very clear about remote is when a student has been at school and now they are at home for some various reason and they're learning and they're having remote learning. And there's various reasons that this could occur, maybe due to some closures due to COVID. Keep in mind, as we were processing, we don't really know what this looks like. It could be that we have a classroom closure. It could mean we have a school closure. It could we have multiple school closure. It could be a district closure. We don't know what any of those look like, but at that point, we will go into remote learning. And the other thing is when you look at the very bottom bullet, you'll see that when we talk about remote learning, when a student is actually at home learning, the goal would be that they would be learning both synchronously and asynchronously, meaning they would be getting some face-to-face time with that teacher. I shouldn't use face-to-face, but they should be getting that one-on-one time with teacher through a Zoom or platform maybe, and then doing some independent work through some sort of a platform. I want you to notice at the bottom right, DESE has now used a term called pivot, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Pivot is key. Remote teaching is very much like remote learning, except that the teacher will be at home, and I'm not going to go through all this, but the same thing happens except the teacher is at home providing this instruction for remote teaching. The blended model. So the blended model, we've talked about, they're on-site and they might go remote, on-site, remote. That can easily happen. When they talk about pivoting, they're saying we need to be able to do that on a moment's notice. Today you might be remote and tomorrow you might be on-site or vice versa. So we need to be able to pivot. The other definition is a blended model. So what happens if they come out and say, for various reasons, we really need you to go back to the CDC guidelines and really minimize the number of students that are actually in the school. And if that happens, we have to have a plan where half the students are coming at a time. And this is what we're going to refer to as the blended model. We're talking about a group A of students and a group B, and we've created some schedules which Ms. Tisha will talk about in just a minute. But this is going to be a combination of where some of the time the students are learning on site, and then part of the time they will be going to remote learning. And so it will be a combination of those. If they are in remote learning, keep in mind it will probably be asynchronous, possibly synchronous learning. So those are some I know I went through those quickly, but those are some very key words: on-site, synchronous, asynchronous, blended, remote. Those are key words. Any questions about any of those definitions? Okay, then I want to read some scenarios, and then I'm going to have Ms. Tisher take over the bottom scenario. If you'll notice the three in at the top in blue. The reason I use the word pivot again is because what DESE is telling us is that, and it's giving us permission to, based on their flexibility, is to be able to move from one scenario to another scenario very quickly. And so we pulled this from other places, but this was just a real quick thing. So what could happen is we start at school, on site. We're going to call that break for a minute. And then immediately we might have to go to click, which means we might have to go to remote. So we're starting in-person classes as normal with some variations based on safety, and then we go into a remote learning setting. Or scenario B could be where we're actually starting with the remote, depending on the cases that are happening and what the expectations are. And then as soon as possible, we bring the students back for a traditional experience. And then part C is, and we might have to pivot very quickly to this, is where they say, okay, we really need to be preventive, and so we're going to go to this half and half. What does that look like? So these are three of the possible scenarios. I'm going to have Ms. Tisher come forward, but I do want to say one thing. If you'll notice at this time, I have not used the word virtual at all. So for our vocabulary, everything up to this point, for the biggest part of what we're going to be doing moving forward, we're not going to be using the word virtual. And I'm going to have Ms. Tisher now come forward and explain the next scenario.
Okay, so scenario D, you can see, is currently labeled online learning. Most likely, as we move forward, we will refer to that as virtual learning. And what scenario D means is that all learning experiences and services are implemented in an online environment that can include both synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities, depending on that virtual setup. The reason why we're only using virtual in this context is because, as many of you already know, and those of you who are newer to the board may still be learning about the different programs in our district. At Don Tyson School of Innovation, currently already pre-COVID, a virtual innovation academy is already open and fully functioning. Currently, we call that VIA, Virtual Innovation Academy at DTSOI. VIA DTSOI is currently serving students in grades 6 through 12. And you can kind of think of VIA as a virtual campus housed within the Don Tyson School of Innovation charter, so to speak. Due to the 100% asynchronous, which means self-paced, self-guided online learning model that is incorporated in via DTSOI, when COVID-19 occurred, their instructional model was not impacted. And so if we are to look at implementing a K-5 via opportunity, we would want to ensure that that opportunity would engage students in both asynchronous and synchronous online learning for a lot of different reasons. I think in terms of our processing and planning and looking at this from multiple angles, we want to ensure that we have options for Springdale families and their children based on whatever their circumstance may be as a result of COVID-19 or the desire for a 100% virtual learning opportunity. If a student attends via DTSOI, that student would be 100% virtual and would not attend school face-to-face. And so they would be separately enrolled into that program.
How many students are enrolled in that right now?
Right now in via DTSOI, okay, right. So right now in terms of via DTSOI 6 through 12, there are 300 students enrolled in that Innovation Academy. Within that academy, there are students who started DTSOI face-to-face and desired to partially enroll in via DTSOI. And so a few of those students are considered blended, but that is not the blended that we just talked about before. So that's a whole different conversation. So I don't want to confuse anyone. So right now, 6 through 12 via DTSOI, we're serving approximately 300 students.
Is there a max that can be served through that? Or is it unlimited?
That is an excellent question, and Ms. Clay is going to come up and discuss the aspect of the charter for DTSOI and how that impacts VIA, and part of her discussion is going to be enrollment. And so I'm going to defer to her for that part. She'll give you the specifics just shortly within our agenda.
Okay.
Moving forward, I just want to give you an idea of what a Group A, Group B blended model might look like. We have done countless hours of processing how to cut our student population in half should we be put in that situation, and all of the implications that that includes and how we can do that to the best of our ability. This is just one example of what it could look like in an elementary school. This that you're seeing right now is an example of a model, and is definitely a brainstorm and a combination of research at this point. If you divided students into Group A and Group B, first of all, there are some tremendous complexities with that. We would want to make sure that we're serving our households in the best way that we could. So we would want to ensure that we could allow students within the same household to attend within the same groups as much as possible for convenience for our families. So if you were a Group A student, you would attend school face-to-face on-site learning on Monday, and you would spend the entire day doing essentials, which during the AMI before, that was emergency, that doesn't exist anymore. You might have heard some language saying we're focusing on essential standards, core specifically, core subject standards, reading, writing, mathematics, and those essential standards. And so that would be on Monday. On Tuesday, that student would be at home remotely accessing asynchronous learning. Okay, so that's a little bit of a self-guided piece there. I'm going to come back to Wednesday, but on Thursday, that same child would go back to face-to-face on-site learning, and then on Friday, be engaged in another remote asynchronous learning opportunity. On Wednesday, and we for now, just for brainstorming, have called this Working on the Work, or WOW Wednesday. All students would be remote, but all students would also engage in synchronous and asynchronous learning. And in the elementary school, that might look like connecting with teachers for help, application of skills, some independent practice, participating in encore classes such as music, art. Everyone would have PE on that day. Teachers would be conducting small group instruction, response to intervention, again, those encore classes, one-to-one or small group support, and also planning for asynchronous videos and lessons. Additionally, there would be time for faculty meetings and professional learning communities to meet on those days. Something that I want to touch on just briefly that we discussed as we were processing what a Working on the Work or WOW Wednesday might look like. Something that we learned from the AMI of the past is that our students needed to be able to access synchronous time with their teachers beyond the hours of the traditional school day for a variety of reasons. And so we got to thinking, well, how can we provide these synchronous opportunities from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.? What might that look like? Just for Wednesdays only, it could look something like where some teachers in the building would be teaching remotely, synchronously from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., while other teachers might teach from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. And again, that's just maximizing flexibility and opportunities for our students and our families. An example of what this might look like in secondary schools, specifically, you could think of a junior high or a high school. That same group A child on Monday would attend on-site learning, and maybe they would go to their odd classes. So first, third, fifth, and seventh. You'll notice that there are less transitions, which allows us to help meeting CDC guidelines, and there would only be half of their students, roughly half, in the classroom on site that day. So you would be looking at a block type environment here, roughly 75-minute blocks of instruction. On Tuesday, that student would be home learning asynchronously. On Thursday, that student would go to second, fourth, sixth, and eighth hour. Eighth hour, for those of you who have high school children, you might be thinking, well, what is eighth hour? We looked at that as an opportunity for advisory socio-emotional learning and what we currently refer to as prime time, which is where students go for academic enrichment or intervention, maybe extra time in a certain class where they'd like more instruction. There are a lot of opportunities to work that 8th hour. Friday, again, would be an asynchronous learning opportunity. And then WOW day, again, remote, synchronous. Commonly, our teachers and principals refer to already in our schools prime time. Advisory, we would be looking at those socio-emotional learning needs. One-to-one support, prescriptive RTI, which might include small group support. This is also a time where virtual school assemblies or grade level assemblies, academic enrichment, and even clubs could occur. Unfortunately, due to CDC guidelines, school assemblies, large school assemblies, we don't see that as a possibility, at least for right now. And so a lot of our schools had great success with those types of assemblies during the AMI of the past. So just to even begin to process this A-B blended possibility, there are tremendous logistical considerations. I will not go through every one of them because I know Dr. Smith visited several of these in the beginning of the presentation, but specifically professional development, transportation. We're looking at safety, hygiene, sanitation, PPE requirements, limit the number of transitions. How will lunch be distributed? If students can't eat in large groups in the cafeteria, what might that look like? Routines and procedures are very important for both on-site learning days and remote learning days, and teachers and students both, and parents. completely understanding what those routines and procedures are, no matter what situation we're pivoting to or from. Still ensuring lunch and plan time for our teachers. Again, dividing households into A or B when you have 23,000 students. Substitutes could look completely different. As you can imagine, bringing in a number of outsiders each day and having them travel between buildings is an absolute challenge to think about at this point in time. And then what we refer to as rolling closures, which is that, again, that pivoting idea of one day I'm on site, but now my classroom might be closed or my school for up to 14 days or longer, depending on the scenario. Obviously, there are a lot of technology considerations. Ideally, each student would be able to take a device home with a signed acceptable use agreement. We have discussed all kinds of possibilities, including the ones bulleted here, such as the ability to connect outside of school buildings through an access point that would have the capability to allow people to connect either from the school parking lot or from the schoolyard. The ability to equip some of our school buses with Wi-Fi so that in high density neighborhoods, if needed, we could park school buses and allow people to use Wi-Fi that way. A limited option for hotspots for families who may live further out who or either don't have the opportunity to go to one of the other locations for connectivity. And then discussing partnerships, opportunities with companies such as Ozarks Go to allow our families to connect either at volunteer fire departments, churches, or other community sites that would allow Wi-Fi access by our students and our families. Now I'm going to have Dr. Smith come back up and talk about the co-task.
And I'll keep this simple. Justice Focus has been doing an amazing job starting with the co-task. As you can see, there's a lot of different moving parts. And so bringing in a group of people from the outside and saying, hey, we've got all these moving parts, where do we go? We really needed to kind of solidify some of the things that we needed to do. So he's actually held 2 separate meetings with individuals across our district, principals, assistant principals, instructional facilitators, teachers, people involved in, I think Nurse Fonder was there, and Paul Miller and his team moving forward so that we could get a little better idea of how to narrow some things down. So moving forward, it's now time to start looking at how do we start bringing in our outside stakeholders to help make sure that we communicate our plans effectively so that everybody understands why we have these plans moving forward. And more than anything, we need the input from individuals that will help us make sure that we're making the best decisions, because from an education standpoint, that's one thing, but we also have to address the needs of the families and the working schedules and all that stuff. So Dr. Cleveland and I will be leading that as we move forward, along with Mr. Swope, Ms. Tischer, and Ms. Spink. The idea right now is we started putting together names of people that would like to be on this. It will be a very big time commitment because our goal is to meet almost a full day every week, at least for probably 5 or 6 weeks as we move forward. We want to continue to have teachers, administrators. We're talking about having our after-school program director. That might be a person who can help advocate what happens if childcare is needed for some reason that on an AV day. Of course, we want parents and students there will be very insightful. Have surveyed parents, but we need parents in this process as well as students. Community members, we're asking for some of our school board members if they want to participate to let us know. We also have special ed, ESL, nursing, transportation. We want to make sure our healthcare providers that are out there are also part of this, and we need business owners of all sizes so they can understand that what this impact might have on them and how they can provide us some support moving forward. So we will be hopefully starting this next week. The C&I team will meet 1 day a week to start kind of outlining the next steps, and then we'll meet hopefully on Thursday with our co-task group, and we will meet every Thursday from that point on until possibly middle of July, could go as late as the end of August. So just wanted to let everybody know that we're planning on moving forward on that. Are there any questions before I turn it over to Dr. Cleveland?
Are we which I know you are, but how are we addressing in the high schools the classes such as athletics or band if we went to a blended AB model? They still need to meet every day if it's choir, band, athletics, debate. What is the first thought on that, on how we're going to address that?
Those are probably going to be some of our largest challenges. How do we make sure that, keep in mind that the AB model does give double the amount of time when you're meeting. So we're going to have to look at that. Dr. Rollins has been very clear that every single person that's involved in any of these large group meetings need to be at the table. So when we have teachers up there, those teachers will be the leaders of band, choir, athletics to help us make sure that we have a plan in place. Now, does that mean it's going to look like it does now? I'm pretty sure the answer is no to that. How do we divide up a class and still make sure we provide the support? We're not sure about that. We might have to stretch some of our leads of those were our coaches or our band choir teachers out. We're not exactly sure what that looks like. Again, we started moving very much forward with our AB model. Then the information came out from DESE last Friday, which kind of made us divert just a little bit back to these remote on-site. And now we're trying to figure out a way, how do we create it where everything comes together so that when we pivot, it becomes easy. But for right now, I don't think I have a clear answer for that. That's part of the process.
Thank you.
And if you have any good answers to that, please let me know. I'm sure everybody across the state of Arkansas would like.
I think we would all love the answer.
Yes, yes. Any other questions?
Board members, if you are interested in being on this task group, and remember that she did say some of the meetings could last all day, and they do want to know that you're going to be at as many of the meetings as possible. They want continuity. So if you are, either tell Dr. Smith later this evening or reach out to her quickly, please.
Yeah, that will help.
I realize this is a little unusual, but these are unusual times. And as y'all have talked with me and expressed an interest, Michelle, Kevin, I want to let you know that from administration's point of view, this would be great for every board member to be a part of. We would welcome that. There's some unusual intricacies as a result of that. As the board participates as a body, the press will be there with us. And I think that would be good to help the community understand ongoing conversations, the way we're trying to include all concerned. Those are just things that have not always been a part of our tradition. Again, unusual times. Another unusual part that I would ask you to think about, we've always tried to protect the board from the participatory process because we knew the recommendation was coming to you and you'd have to vote on that. That won't be any different here, other than the fact that you'll have vested interest, you will have been a part of the process, you won't be protected that way. But in the end, the board's going to need to say, this, after we've processed it to the hilt, after we've looked at all sides of it, this appears to be the most common sense model for the Springdale School.
And I think that's okay in this situation.
I do too.
Because I think there are some unique experiences that some of us are embedded in right now in the business world that we're having to deal with that may aid in some information that we could share with that list of opportunities that we've got to go through 100%. One by one. So
no doubt, if you're immersed in the conversation, you hear all sides of the issue, you're in a better position to talk.
Yeah. And I'm not saying me specifically, but there are some unique things that we all deal with every day.
So I think the suggestions that have come from the board early on leads us to this position, and I think it's the right position. Thank
It'll
you in
help us
advance.
to better, have better conversations with the public. And the more knowledge we have about the process, I think the better that we can respond when asked.
Yeah, and I think if it's truly in the intent that we're trying to achieve, the protection, I understand where you're coming from. But,
sure.
I mean, we need to be okay with that.
I agree.
We'll have to take some lumps along the way. That's just part of it. We are in a new territory.
Y'all heard Dr. Smith tell us that we got relatively clear direction from the state this past week. There will be a second meeting now from the state that will probably give us more defined direction. So this probably won't be a carte blanche model. We're going to have to look at the guidelines and directions that come to us from perhaps the governor or the State Department or whatever, and work that into our study. My hope is, and again, because of the way it's rolling out, if in fact we have the opportunity to open school in a regular calendar, I do believe the government. I believe, take through with me, this is the June board meeting. I'd like you to be thoughtful about the work session in July, the board meeting in July, because whatever's eventually settled on is going to take a reasonable amount of time.
The system like that.
I would ask us to at least be thoughtful about that. If we have to modify it, then the committee can make that decision. But again,
I can show you what they're seeing.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're still on it.
Yeah, so they can still see it.
Will I be able to see that upstairs?
Is it Dr.? Yes, you should be able to see it.
Control it?
Yeah. The control sword, everything's working except upstairs. No, yeah, upstairs, they're seeing this upstairs.
How can I control that screen?
With the controller up there.
Dr. Cleveland?
That's my question. I need to be able to control the screen.
Dr. Cleveland?
You're alive.
So we're talking.
Y'all all right?
Next slide.
So.
Hello?
Like this?
I'll go upstairs. You listen to me.
Are you gonna tap me?
Control this speed, just stop.
I'll go down.
Thank you.
You'll be ready before I come down the stairs.
Dr. Cleveland?
Might as well take this 2-minute break now.
We'll take a 5-minute break and get their attention.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. They're not paying attention.
I'm just gonna let everybody know that Dr. Cleveland is heading up there to give his presentation since we've lost all visual down here. So he'll be up there.
Taking 5 minutes.
I think we have some technology problems.
Okay.
There's will come up.
I called a 5-minute break since we were having trouble.
No, that's fine.
Only if you wear your mask.
All I want him to be safe about public.
Put him over there in Debbie's spot. Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
that way.
Kevin, you're gonna have to move down a little bit.
Okay, we got it back working downstairs, just as an FYI for everybody. We apologize for that. We're not sure what happened. So letting everybody know. Maybe we were just trying to make sure that Dr. Cleveland got his steps in for the day.
Oh, this is your specialty, right?
We're gonna dock your pay.
Actually, they want me to go downstairs and work on the technology.
I'll be in trouble if that's the case.
No doubt. Okay. Madam President, you good?
I am good. We're good. We're just gonna wait till Nick gets back since we called a 5-minute break while you were.
You good? But we said it was unprecedented times, and it is.
Definitely
I
is.
think the more you see the depth at which the team is digging into it, the more you can appreciate that, I think. Okay.
He's getting a drink. And I still don't see Dr. Cleveland.
Nick,
There you go.
need water or something?
No, sir, I'm good.
Can you hear us? Or are we muted?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay.
We're waiting for one more board member. And then she's gone.
I feel like I'm chasing cats.
There she is.
I was here the whole time.
Okay, Dr. Cleveland, you can go ahead and start. Clinton, I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for that, but kind of gave me just a minute to think a second. As I was listening through Dr. Smith's and Ms. Tischer's comments, I thought, okay, I'm going to put my parent hat on, and I don't know much about what's going on in the district. Am I going to be excited about what the future might look like? Excitement may be a short term. I think I might be anxious. I might be scared. I might be afraid of what's next. I think what the Department of Education and the governor and the leaders of our state, I think they know that that fear that parents, even students, staff members might have, it's important to remember. So the idea and the directive that they've given is to potentially have a modified traditional schedule. When I think about a modified schedule, normalcy comes to my mind. What does normal mean? So the definition of normal is conforming to a standard, usual, typical, or expected. A normal environment is a safe environment, not only psychologically, but we've done school really well for a long time across this nation. And I think the community at large is seeking some normalcy. You see that at the grocery store, you see that in our coworkers, I think you see it in your coworkers, and I think the community at large would like to see some normalcy. And quite frankly, the public school system across this state in particular is a major economic driver for all of the work that takes place in our communities across the state. When I say that, I mean this. The importance of the public school to provide quality, high quality delivery of instruction, safety, and care for the children that are there in the district and there in the school buildings, and taken care of by teachers and aides, principals, and all of the additional workers that drive the kids to school, feed them, and so forth. They count on us. Kids count on us. Teachers count on us. Parents count on us. And quite frankly, business owners, moms and dads and patrons, taxpayers count on us. So the idea that we create an opportunity, and I'll call it educational gymnastics, it's been amazing to watch this curriculum team popcorn ideas, think, come up with scenarios. All are amazing. And I want you to understand just how blessed Springdale is, and blessed you are to have such thinkers and people who care with the deepest hearts that are imaginable. But normalcy is important. So our state efforts have led to trying to return to a brick and mortar, stable school environment where there are football games and bands and cheerleading, dance, all of the things that encompass the high school opportunities for students that grow young men and women into just that, young men and women. They also want to provide quality environments for high quality pre-K and amazing opportunities for social and emotional well-being of children is at the forefront in K through 5 and 6 through 9, as we have in Springdale. So this normalcy is important. This virus, and I get in trouble all the time for saying it incorrectly, but it's COVID-19 has been as disruptive to me, the educational process, and to this nation in my lifetime as World War I and II, and even Vietnam. Very disruptive. So at this particular moment, you on the school board and other boards like you across the state and the nation are battling with what to do, how to bring back some normalcy, how to bring forward some assurance to parents and students that we can still be counted on in the public school. And so it's going to take you and your leaders and your teammates and team members and the administration across the district and the implementers, which are the teachers and the bus drivers and the cafeteria employees, all of them, to really pull together and be bold, have bold leadership from you and your team, to have strategic planning like no other, and have surgical implementation of the plans that have been developed for students and curriculum and all stakeholders involved. So you have to take precautions, and personal responsibility is the key at home and at school and for our leadership. So that being said, that's kind of an editorial of mine, but that's been my thinking. And agree or disagree, everyone has an opinion, and all of them right now are about is worth what this paper is. So we've had a disruption, but that disruption in itself has created and sparked innovation that I think will change education for decades to come. So, modified traditional school model. In my remarks, I'm not going to present to you, I'm going to ask you to be interactive in a conversation with us, and certainly with Dr. Rollins there in the room. He and I have had these discussions. We've had discussions as a team. Everything has merit when the end game is unknown. So right now, every idea has merit, and so they need to be explored as well. From a show of hands, how many of you ever watched the A-Team? I think I can see. You remember the A-Team when we were kids? Hannibal and Face and all those guys, Mr. T. What about MacGyver? I love MacGyver. He's been very important to me when I've been in trouble at times all by myself. I believe that we need to plan like Hannibal with the A-Team and think like MacGyver when it comes time to pull that plan together and implement that. So the idea of having normalcy, our efforts, the state's efforts, we want to take or make sure we take care of children and their needs, teachers and their needs, staff and their needs. There will be times in this modified traditional method, if you will, where pivoting, as Dr. Smith said, will be important. Because in the effort for normalcy, some things that won't be normal will happen. And they happen in a normal school year without this COVID virus. On-site learning with the possibility of this pivoting in a personalized way for a student or even staff member is bold. It just really is. Now, let's imagine in our minds what school has been like for us in the past. I see Miss Creek. She's thinking about what's going on or what she's had in the past and what her children get to deal with on a daily basis, and longing for that opportunity again. But what if a child, whatever the social distances we're able to put in, the implementation of professional or PPE, if you will, the hand sanitizers and all the things that were listed to you before the previous presentation, we do all of that, and yet a child is exposed in some form or another to this COVID-19 virus. How do we pivot for that individual child? How do we pivot for the class the child is in, for the staff member that's leading the class, and for potentially the people on the bus that the child drove in on? Okay. First scenario is, what if the child's exposed in some way to another outside of the school day. I believe the CDC and the Arkansas Department of Health guidance is now that that student will need to remain at home in quarantine or isolation for a 14-day period. Dr. Smith and her team are very worried. They're planning for appropriate delivery of instruction to that child while he or she is away from the cohort group, meaning their class, their grade group, or their school. So the idea of this modified traditional schedule is easily identified goals in trying to create an opportunity for that child to still be, as Dr. Hernandez from the Department of Education says, present. Yesterday, he and I had a conversation about what does present mean? What does it mean to be absent from school during this kind of situation? And our thinking developed together, and of course I visited with Dr. Smith as well, because I value what she thinks so much. The idea is actively engaged in learning. Actively engaged. Well, can you be actively engaged synchronously? Absolutely. And you can see that back and forth. It's a term you've already learned. What about asynchronously? Asynchronously. Well, it's hard to know until there's product. Okay. So the personal responsibility of the teacher at home, if you will, the parents, the caretaker, there has to be a product and there has to be movement forward. What if in scenario 2, there is an exposure at school in close contact, and Kendra Clay can talk about what close contact means, but it means within 15 minutes or within 6 feet without particular coverings. What does it mean, and how do you operate and control that exposure in a school? Imagine it's a kindergarten class, a child without his or her knowledge has been exposed in some way or another to the COVID-19 virus, comes to school and unintentionally exposes other students. How do we, once we know, take those students, isolate them in an appropriate way, continue the delivery of instruction, and protect the remainder of the students in the school? Many thought processes are probably going through your mind, and a lot of activities are going to have to take place. That's why, again, bold leadership by you and your team and the district as a whole, proper procedures and protections in place, I think hopefully we'll be able to get through this pandemic with as little damage to our children and our staff as possible. It's very obvious that this disruption has damaged all of us in some way because we'll never forget it. But hopefully through that damage, we're able to grow and repair and to do better. I invite you to communicate with Dr. Rollins or to me or this entire team if you like, and ask questions or have discussion. What do you think about the Department of Education's hope and the governor's hope to have some form of normalcy with a modified traditional school model?
Yeah. My biggest thing is how are we going to have student buy-in, basically? How are we going to convince students that being at school, if we're telling them they can't have lunch with their friends, we're telling them they can't walk in the hall, they have to sit a certain way, they have to do a certain way, they can only be at class. It's going to take a lot to get student buy-in, in my opinion, because when they leave the school, regardless of what anybody's decided, when they leave the school, they're going to hang out with their friends, or they're going to baseball, travel ball, or they're going to the swimming pool's opening for Springdale is opening next week. So they're doing all of these things. So to all of a sudden pivot and go, to use that word, and go to school, and then all of a sudden be told you cannot do X, Y, or Z is going to be hard. And I know it's what the state wants, and I understand the ramifications, but the student parent buy-in to say that we understand how big this is. and we understand what it means that we have to follow this, it's going to be difficult. And that's where I find that we're going to have the hardest time, especially if the state says we can't do athletics or games or anything. So I think y'all are doing exceptional work in planning for every last little thing. I'm confident that you will come up with a plan that meets all of their guidelines. I just, even once we do it, my biggest thing is how, especially teenagers, how when they walk in the door, or even little kids, I mean, you can't play with your friend, you can't touch your friend, you have to stay. I just think that's going to be our challenge, in my opinion.
So I have an opinion. That's, where that goes sometimes, that I have an opinion. I truly believe that our governor and Johnny Key are with the mindset they believe education is essential. And I think they have the mindset that face-to-face education is essential, but they're super open-minded to being flexible. But I think they have an ultimate goal is to have kids in class, because I do believe that they understand. We talked about social and emotional and economic things, or whatever's going to outcomes of those not being up to some normalcy. Kids are going to have a better opportunity being safer, more nourished, and in an environment more productive than a long-term stay at home. So I think they're thinking that way, but I think they understand the risk. And if they're true studiers of the data and they keep the noise of the media out and really watch the data, I think they're going to be able to come to some really good decisions in the next 30 to 60 days. Now, that's speculation on my part, but I think it's going to give us some better guidance in the coming weeks. But I know we have a pretty fast track we have to get on, because you have to have a plan. And you have to have probably 2 or 3 backup plans like we're discussing tonight that we have to have ready. So I applaud those efforts. And I don't know that we can assist in that, but I think we can also provide some good feedback. Because I look at the meat and the food industry today, and they are still having to produce to help feed. And how are they managing around all these questions that we're asking today when people become positive? How are they segregating their groups of people to keep their production lines running? I think it's somewhat similar in how we would manage, because they're trying to take care of their team members as well. That's our objective, to take care of our kids and our families. So
you mentioned to me, we can learn a lot.
I think we can learn from some of that.
Yeah, I do too.
But if students are generally asymptomatic, how are we going to know?
Testing would be the only way.
Testing's the only way. And
that's what I'm saying.
I think our ultimate thing would say, hey, let's get 250,000 tests and keep them on hand, and we can keep a random testing generating all the time, and that way we can track kind of like what the state's doing right now, tracking, and then you can go into contact tracing. And I don't know if that's ever going to work in the education system, but it'd be the ultimate thing to have.
Unprecedented.
Definitely. But we thank you and the entire team for all the work that's going into this. It's mind-blowing in all of the planning that's having to take place. And y'all are thinking outside the box, and you're thinking of things that we're not even thinking of. And I know that the board is very appreciative of everything that you're doing.
The general plan would be to agree upon a committee. And I welcome the board's input into that. I'm expecting that perhaps each of you will be a part of it as you can, hopefully throughout. Okay, but we need to begin the process of creating an opportunity for input, and let these 2 leaders present the various ideas. Let the community help us have a voice in the process. I still think if we're going to have school like we all hope in August, we're going to have to develop a game plan, a timeline, make the very best decision that we can, and provide some reasonable time for implementation. Are y'all okay with?
Yes, sir.
With what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think probably what I'm most impressed with is already the 2, 3, 4, 5 different changes that you can have a plan, but you've already got 4 other alternatives.
A, B, C, and D.
That work right there is enormous to already have some legwork done on it. That's great.
We did have students on the list on the committee, correct? Or did we just have parents?
I don't believe students are on the list.
Would it be feasible to consider some of our high school students just to get their thoughts on?
I think that's our decision to make. That's a good suggestion.
Okay.
Anything? Clinton had the opportunity to be in the building the other day, so I kind of used him as a test case to let us at least share the emerging thought. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and feedback on that. That was great. And I would say this to each of you, and some of you are really comfortable doing this. As we conclude our meeting tonight, and we have some reflection time and so forth, any thoughts you have, we would really welcome. And because of our timeline, don't hold back on that. Let us know your best thing. That'll work. Very good. I appreciate that, Miss.
Great job.
Okay. Team, Dr. Cook, do you have any summation to make, or have you completed your presentation?
Well, the only summation to make is that it's a refinement process, and without others' contributions, then the refinement will be slower. There are a lot of good quality thinkers out there that are already working through some of the points where we are today, whether it be these large companies trying to protect their teams while they do their work because of their essential nature. So inviting them to help teach us how they've adapted to a newer normal and provide us tools that we can use in our thinking to do the same would be, as the term goes, pivotal in our ability to move forward.
Great job, Jared. I appreciate that. And we will go forward with this general understanding. We're developing models. We're refining them as we go. We'll expect additional direction from the state in our meeting Friday. But if I understood Dr. Smith correctly, this time next week, we hope to have some initial meetings and then hopefully have at least a meeting per week as we go forward. And that might change as well. Y'all may need more discussion time. Michelle, does that sound right?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Team, thank you so much, Dr. Smith, Shannon, Jared, and for all of those who worked so hard to give us these options to consider. We appreciate it immensely. And Dr. Smith, I believe you heard me talk with the board trying to come back to your suggested work schedule. Just real quick, you want to review your best thinking in terms of calendar here that would lead us from tonight, hopefully, to our July board meeting.
According to the Code Task Committee, is that what you're talking about, Dr. Rollins?
Yes.
So after Friday, we'll get quite a bit more information. At least I'm hoping it'll be quite a bit more information. It will allow us Monday for the curriculum and instruction team to look at the work that's already been done by the first group of individuals, put a plan in place and get a great agenda moving forward. And then our goal from that point on will be that every Thursday, we'll try to have some form of meeting. We want to make sure that we can meet everybody's schedule. So it might be that we have a morning and an afternoon session, or an afternoon and an evening session, whatever we can. We'll reach out to individuals. We do have students identified. We do think it's important that we have a great group of students that I think can be on it, but I also think it's important that at some point we bring in some of our 5th grade students, because they've had, 5th and 6th grade students have different experiences. So even if it's just small groups of kids coming together to help give us some guidance, I think that would be helpful. I also know that reading the parent surveys was critical for our thinking moving forward. And so that will be something that will be an important part of that committee as well.
Dr. Smith,
but it will be Thursday from this point on, Dr. Rollins, and I can see it going past the work session in July, because I could see us still needing help as we move through the beginning of the school. What's it going to look like when we start in school, and what's that going to look like? So it could be that it goes through August, maybe even September. Those meetings probably would be quite a bit shorter though.
Okay, well, let's see if we're just at a point where we can begin together. From the standpoint of identifying a broad-based community committee, are you suggesting that the initial meeting would be next Thursday, where we could bring a representative group together, introduce the concept, introduce the model? And I know there'll be subgroups working all along, but I'm talking about a community committee. I believe that's the orientation that we are committed to at least starting with.
That is correct, Dr. Rollins.
Okay. Does that sound good to y'all? Then we'll look at getting our committee together. Do y'all want to look at the committee that's eventually recommended with the idea of adjusting it? Or shall we bring a committee together for our group meeting next Thursday?
I'm confident they can do it, but I mean, if they want to send it out and then
Let y'all look at it.
On page 42, the agenda, there's a list.
The thing that's been.
Show the spot for students and a couple of on there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was saying on page 42, there actually is kind of, or 41 and 42 is kind of a breakdown in the agenda of what the list might look like there.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be targeting a community meeting next Thursday. Do y'all want like a 1 o'clock meeting, or what you're thinking, guys? Y'all get to work, get your businesses up and going, et cetera, and try to bring collective together, meeting like 1 to 3 or something like that?
whatever they decide is fine with me.
Okay. All right. Okay, then we'll target next Thursday for our first meeting. Then we can get adjusted as we go forward.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
You're welcome.
All right, board, let's come back to our agenda. I believe we're on page 2 of the agenda. Dr. Smith, I guess if you would, please introduce Ms. Morgan, and we'll take a look at our accountability model. And I know y'all have done your math. There's about 200 pages of this agenda that's dedicated to show you what the building level instructional plans are like. And Melody's just done a great job of leading that over the last 7 years or so. And I'm really glad that she's here to present that this evening. Melody, if you're ready, Dr. Smith, any other introductions you'd like to make?
Yes, I would just like to say, I know I saw Dr. Bridgeforth or Dr. Collins outside when she went today. Would have been her last board meeting. I know Melody Morgan, this is her last board meeting. We had the option of presenting this material this week, or excuse me, this month or next month. And I said, Ms. Morgan, you need to be in front of the board one more time so that we can at least wish you all the best. So she's here to present the information. And her replacement, Dr. Langen, I always have a hard time with that, is also here learning from so anyway, I think she's going to come forward and share some of the great stuff, but I'll also let her do the introductions as well. I do want you to know we have had a great ride together, and she's going to be spoiling this. So anyway, last.
Welcome, Melody. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you, members of the board. So as I've done in past years, I come before you with a compliance piece, which seems a little odd after everything we just discussed. Did anything formal, anything repetitive. But this is a giant body of work that isn't done quickly. It's done throughout the year. It's a living document. And I come before you needing 2 different motions, separate motions as possible, please. The first is for the school level plan. So I want to talk to you a minute. This year, we have transitioned the traditional school improvement plans to a strategic model that allows for greater stakeholder involvement and allows for easier progress monitoring and accountability. And that wasn't done alone. Dr. Smith led that work, as well as input from many excellent building leaders to take a process that sometimes is tedious and tasked with certain systems and make it easier and more available to many stakeholders and allow for it to truly be a living document throughout the year.
Melanie,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me?
I can, sir.
All that's coming down, give us just a second. Let us work on this technology. I want them to hear what you have to say. We're having a little trouble hearing. You'll be right there, okay?
That's a first, y'all, that I need to talk louder. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So to tell you a little bit about the change of this new approach to strategic planning of our schools, they all share some common elements. And Dr. Smith, along with myself and Ms. Glass, and with some building leaders, helped put together a template or format that could be used by all of our schools. So some of the common elements is they have a reflective review of school performance data, and you go, what data? We didn't do Aspire this year. That's true. They used the oldest, most available data, the most recent available data they have, but we also have through-year assessments that we do at Springdale. So they had that data for them up until the time that school was interrupted in March. And we were able to participate in the LPA administration for language proficiency. So the schools have reviewed any and all available data, including ACT Aspire at our high school levels that came back from the March administration. So all of that information was taken into account in their planning and review of school improvement processes. Each school then identifies GLOws, or what we call achievements, and growth opportunities. All plans have examined their current reality in their schools and have written SMART goals. SMART goals meaning goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely, with the attachment of expected outcomes, with identified persons in each plan, like who is responsible for each of these items and how goals will be progress monitored throughout the year. We realize that can look a lot different as we go forward. We realize there's a lot of unknowns about how we will assess student learning and what it will look like at the beginning of the year. And Dr. Smith and the team are very much aware that these are living and they will need to be adjusted, and probably just as soon as we bring kids back, right, Dr. Smith, and we start seeing where are they? Where do we need to pick up and go? So we've created a format that creates a very easy way for that to happen, and it allows for a continuous model and cycle of inquiry and feedback from district leaders, and so it's really a good transition for our district. So at this time, I ask if the board would not mind to please someone submit a motion to approve the school level strategic plans as presented, unless you have questions.
Anyone have any questions?
No, I read all of it, don't have any questions.
What do you say?
Do I have a motion
I will make a motion
to
approve the
Statement
statement of assurances presented by Melody Morgan.
We need a motion also to approve the school level strategic plan.
School level strategic planning.
Thank you, Mr. Owen.
There is a motion by Mr. Owenby, a second by Mr. Bell. All those in favor of approving the strategic plans as presented?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you. I will have those posted on the district website for public reporting just as soon as I get a chance to get them out there next week. They'll each be listed by school. So that's where if anyone asks, they'll be under the state required information. The second item is the statement of assurances. And basically, this is a needed motion from the board to approve the statement of assurances, which basically ensures Springdale School District will spend federal funds in accordance with federal laws and guidelines. There's a whole lot of funds and items that are presented for you in those assurances. Do you have any questions about that?
Anybody have any questions, concerns?
No, I will repeat my motion to approve the statement of assurances as presented.
I'll second. There you go.
There is a motion by Mr. Owenby, a second by Mr. Bell to approve the statement of assurances as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Melody?
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Dr. Kelly Lyman for just a brief minute so that you guys can put a face with your new Director of Accountability and Assessment. Dr. Langan comes with a really, really amazing background. She has worked everything from high school math teacher in different states, and she has done amazing work for the state of Arkansas through the University of Arkansas. She was in the National Office of Research and Measurement when I was the assistant director there. Was one of the best programmers I ever knew. And she now works for Dr. Arola for a little while longer in the Office of Innovation. She's responsible for many of the calculations of our school ESSA index formula that are given to the schools. And so Kelly brings a whole new trait and qualities to Springdale. Very happy that we were able to bring her. Start my new adventure. So, thank you. Board, thank you again. I appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you, Melody. Okay, Shannon, if you would come back and let's talk about AP and IBO and the testing cycle that we're trying to get worked out for our students, etc.
Yes, and actually this segment is just a very quick announcement and update on the progress of AP testing and the end of year summary for the assessment cycle for the International Baccalaureate program. So as many of you probably already know, advanced placement exams were given online this spring due to students not being in school. Those AP assessments were given beginning on Monday, May 11th, and they concluded on Friday, May 22nd. So they were given over a 2-week period. Students would log in at home on their own. They had testing tickets, and basically the majority of the assessments, aside from foreign language, were free response questions. So eliminating the multiple choice component in most of those assessments and focusing on those free response questions. Those test results for students should be back to the students and to our district around mid-July. You may have seen that there were initially some technical issues and concerns with the AP testing, which resulted in most likely a larger than usual number of makeup exams to be given. Those makeup exams were also given online the week of June 1st, and those concluded on June 5th. In regards to International Baccalaureate, I cannot say enough positive things about Ms. Carol Turley, who is the Director Coordinator for the International Baccalaureate Program, Diploma Program at Springdale High School, and enough about Mr. Jones and his other staff that assist with that program. The assessment cycle is incredibly comprehensive. And so I would just say to you that on March 23rd, for the first time ever, the International Baccalaureate organization canceled the May external assessment session worldwide due to the pandemic. And basically internal assessments that had been submitted already prior to March 15th would meet or satisfy the assessment requirement. We expect those results to be released July 6th, which is a usual date for release for them. And I just want to quickly tell you where our 2020 diploma candidates were accepted university-wise. And I'm just going to read the universities quickly. Georgetown University, Emory University, the University of Southern California, Brown University. Vanessa Araujo attended a full scholarship to Brown University. We have Drury University, Chloe Reed received scholarships for there. Hendrix College, we had 2 students receive scholarships, Isaac Coomberine and Maggie Wilson. Oklahoma State University, Tremal Sanders received a scholarship. And then 16 students will be attending the University of Arkansas, and there were several scholarships. John Paul Hignite was a recipient of the Governor's Distinguished Scholarship. And Ms. Turley made a note here that most of the 2020 IB diploma candidates chose to stay close to home to attend college due to the uncertainty pandemic. And so there is potential for us to have some test result information for you in the July board meeting, should everything stay on track. Any questions about AP or IB? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Erdo is now coming forward to present her agenda items.
Good evening, board and Dr. Rollins. The first thing on the agenda tonight is an announcement for you that Sonora Elementary School has been selected to participate in the STEM Plus C2 project. And there are only 20 schools in Arkansas that have been selected for that. It was a competitive grant that they applied for, and they were one of 20 to be selected. And the STEM Plus C2 gives them an opportunity to develop and spot talent among grade 2 and 3 students through innovative STEM and computer science instruction. So very, very excited for that opportunity for Sonora students and teachers. The second thing I wanted to give you my monthly update on Roots. So this summer, Linda Odell is going to be doing 3 days of Roots training the end of July. The state still requires that all Roots training be face-to-face. The good news is the training that she's going to do the end of July are makeup days for days 1, 2, and 3. So the only teachers who need to participate in that are teachers who for some reason missed days 1, 2, and 3, or new hires that don't have that certification. And so the number should be less than 20, and we will be able to spread out, use the large indoor venue guidelines for that, for people to spread out, keep their distance, and Linda will be able to do that training. It's important for everybody to have those first 3 days out of the way before school starts, because day 4 will be in August, day 5 in September, and day 6 in October, according to our prayers. So we want to get that training finished because it's going to be so beneficial to our teachers and to our students in becoming great readers. And it will also is important since our principals will be doing the assessing of all of the teachers during next school year as well. The other thing that you have in your agenda, in your packet, starting on page 273, is a new sample of a proposed elementary report card. Because of the work we have been doing in science of reading, our teachers have been begging for a new report card model that aligns with the science of reading. It's one of those things where when you know better, you do better. And now that we know better about reading instruction, we are doing better. We are doing things differently in the classroom. And so we wanted to be able to provide teachers with a report card that gives them the spaces they need to be able to communicate with parents exactly what their child is learning. We worked with a committee of principals and teachers to look at the report card. We also got a lot of feedback from parents. With all good intention, our original standards-based report card was long and complicated and confusing for some parents. And so this new model also is simplified. We were able to cull it down to be able to communicate the very most important thing
with parents so that they know how to help their child improve. If you will look at page 275, page 275 is actually the second page for every report card. We only put a copy in your packet to go with the kindergarten report card, but every grade level report card will have a page like that for teachers to make comments. And let me flip back to 274, I apologize. At the bottom of the front page, you'll see a place for attachments. This will be a live box, so teachers can let parents know what things are attached to the report card. The state requires twice a year that parents report what grade level their child is on in reading. So at least twice during the year, that MAP assessment parent report will be attached. Also attached will be every student's individual action plan. So now if you will turn with me to page 277, you can see an example of an individual action plan. This is what a first grade action plan looks like. So for each grade level, for each student, there will be an action plan attached that uses data to establish goals for every student in reading, writing, and math, and then an action plan so parents know exactly what their child needs to be working on at home. The report card is a communication for parents, and so we want parents to feel like they really know where their child is and where their child needs to go next. And of course, you can see on 278, there's also a blank one because many times we have students working on a behavior goal, working on a social emotional goal. I know lots of our kindergartners are working on a shoe tying goal. And so this just gives teachers the freedom to put that in. So that is a sample of the new report cards we'll be using. Another great thing about the report card being more concise and being focused more on the essential standards is that during this next year with COVID-19, if we are going in and out of school, having that really tight report card that focuses on essential standards will allow teachers to be able to collect data on what's most important and keep that communication going with parents. So it'll also be really helpful no matter what the model is, that we'll be able to have good, strong communication with parents about where their child is and what they need to be working on. So any questions about the report card samples? Thank you.
Let me just ask a quick question because to me it's really important. I think we've made a lot of progress with student-led conferences, and I know this is a teacher reporting mechanism, but how will this complement our continued work to grow the student-led conference idea?
I'm so glad you asked me that. You may have just set me up perfectly for what I forgot, Dr. Rollins, and I appreciate that. That individual action plan is what students use at those student-led conferences to be able to communicate with their parents. And so they have been using that action plan to talk about their data, to talk about their goals, to talk about their next steps with parents. But that's been twice a year during those student-led conferences. And so now students will be able to attach this to their report card and communicate that with their parents on a quarterly basis instead of just twice a year. So I think it also really strengthens and plays so well into our student-led conferences.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, just like Dr. Rollins and Melody Morgan, this is my last board meeting. When I first interviewed to come to Springdale, it was with Linda Childers, and it was on Good Friday. I'll never forget that. It was on Good Friday. And for the last 24 years, I have had lots and lots of Good Fridays in the Springdale School District. In fact, I would say every single one of them has been a Good Friday. So I love Dr. Rollins that tonight it was unveiled that that last step is legacy.
and how important legacy is. And legacy is all about your work living on. And I am so honored to let you know that your legacy will continue to live on as I take all that I've learned in Springdale to the Gravette School District. I also want to thank you, board, for being my great teachers. You're not just board members, but you're also teachers to all of us that serve in the district. And in my 24 years, I have learned from some amazing board members. And Dr. Rollins has year after year been so quick to point out to us how important the board members are, what a great job the board members do, what sacrifices board members make. And I want to thank you for being great role models and teachers for me. And I hope that I can take what I have learned from you in my my superintendent board member relationships at Gravette as well. And just like I will continue to have Dr. Rollins as a mentor and the great leaders in Springdale that I've worked with, board members, I hope each of you know you are my mentors too. So if I have any board member questions, I'm gonna be calling you for advice. So thank you, it has been a pleasure.
Dr. Cleveland, if you're prepared, please come forward and give us your report for the evening.
I'll do my best. I hope I'm prepared. I'll try to be brief. I know the board and you, Dr. Rollins, are well, you keep up with all of the aspects of construction. I've been sending you some updates, videos and things. Today I don't have a video, but I did send you earlier today one of the really quality reports from Dale Scarborough. And Dale is with WD&D, and he's really done a good job of documenting the process of this phase 2, like he has all other construction projects in our district. If you've been out to the Tyson School of Innovation and walked around and drove around, you will have noticed that the outside has really taken shape. Right now, fine grading and topsoil is being put back in preparation for sod and things like that. The curbs and gutters are put in. They're looking to do all of the paving beginning next week. The Hilton Road expansion, and it works out really well that we're able to do this during the summer. I know Hilton Road still has quite a bit of traffic. I travel it quite frequently, but we're going to go ahead and widen that portion that was required by the city. So that should be done and complete by July 1. Irrigation and landscaping, that should be completed by July 1 as well. The interior, the terrazzo that Dr. Rollins is really excited about. He likes that, and I do too. I think it's probably the best flooring you can get. It just is a little bit pricey, and we've tried to make sure that we've been able to use that in appropriate ways to eliminate or at least reduce the maintenance requirements that we have over time. But they really look good. Caseworks, door hardware, final painting, punch list, all those things and areas that are important to us that we can complete and kind of pack up and move on and finish up on other areas are beginning to take shape. One of the big aspects that we are going to be able to place equipment in real soon, in fact, this next week or so, are the labs that have been so important in the partnership with CTE. Okay, so we're talking welding and diesel mechanics and all those things are being prepared as we speak. So by the end of this month, our labs should look good, Dr. Rollins. I hope you're able to go out there and take a trip through there, and I know that's precious to you. The Career Center is also looking good. And what's not, the Performing Arts Center and the gym. As you know, our goal was to focus on the academic spaces for now, and hopefully throughout the the fall semester, be able to complete the Performing Arts Center and the gymnasium area and dance area. That is on track. All of that is on track. But when you drive by and look, it might scare you a little, because it does me. But rest assured, Baldwin Shell, they've never failed to deliver on a facility, and I don't expect they will this time either. So we're very thankful for them. If you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss them. But I would encourage you, if you're just out that way, just take a little tour. And if you'd like to go inside, just let me know. We'd be happy to walk with you. Because I always enjoy getting to go out and look at things that you've led to build to help children have a different opportunity in life. Any questions on the phase 2? Seeing none. Oh, do you have one? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I think we're good.
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank you. Okay, the planning process for the new elementary school. We had a meeting last week scheduled with the entire team. We got hijacked just a little bit. There was a really fun opportunity that none of us wanted to miss, to see Dr. Rollins over at NWTI be announced as the president. So we're going to reschedule that, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you something solid in July. We're looking at making sure the exterior looks really quality and has good, long-lasting components to reduce maintenance. We're also looking at making sure that the interior works well with an innovative mindset, with the ability to collaborate and push forward an experiential kind of learning that's application-based. So that is developing, and as ideas come forward, we'll shoot those to you. We'd love your feedback, because this is your school and we want to make sure that you have really a hand in how that looks over time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. If you'll recall, April 20 was our opening day.
Okay. Where do we sit with the relationship right now with the city of Tawnytown and the new school?
The city of Tawnytown, to my understanding, Dr. Rollins and I actually met with them along with Flint Co. and our architect, Brad Chilcote. It's been months now, but to my understanding, the city is excited to have us. They've asked us to do some things. We're doing a traffic study to see what road requirements will take place, but they're ready. Their utility system is ready to go, and I think from all the information or feedback that I've received, they're excited about the new elementary school. They're just ready for it to happen sooner as opposed to later. Have you all received any feedback different from mine?
No, I just know it's a big new project for them.
It's outstanding progress in my view. So we look forward to being able to implement that for you.
I'm glad. That's good. We got to forge a good relationship with people we talked about.
Well, they're good people, and they want a school that serves their kids, and we need to provide that. We're going to do it. We'll do the best for our building. There are two parts really to my next area of discussion. We've been approached, actually I approached the leadership over at Northwest Regional. We all have, and you all bought it several years ago, and it's worked out just beautifully. We'll call it the Harbor Medical Plaza. Now we call it Central Support Services Central. And it houses ESL, Coordinated School Health, our nursing program, our Miss Beverly Charlton, who works with the social workers to distribute food and clothing and all of those kinds of things. But her area is small. There's a large Quonset hut just to the, I guess it's to the east of that support services building that the Northwest Regional Hospital isn't interested in using anymore. And all of the land that goes with it, it's really just something that they're having to take care of. And Hans is saying, well, you know, really we don't even take care of it that well, but we could use that space for additional growth. We've been talking with Tyson, our partners, in helping with the regional food distribution opportunity. We have a chance to put a large freezer there and have a regional food pantry. So us being able to serve our children and our families at a deeper level in combination with Tyson, Northwest Medical, and all of the other partners, this land could be a great resource for us to do that. Now, Hans told me that the property has been appraised by an outside appraiser, and they're willing to sell that, all of it in red, as you see, to the school district for $250,000. My hope is we're able to gain support from some of our partners who might want to contribute to that and provide this regional food pantry opportunity. So all I'm asking for right now is for potential consideration of trying to acquire the property. Dr. Rollins believes it's a good idea. I'd like to do it as well. My only worry right now is expenditure of any funds that might need to be used to, to address student learning and teacher resources. So the timing's not good, but if we're able to have students return and we have a full house, if you will, I think I would like for you to be able to consider that either tonight or in the future. Does it sound like it might be a feasible idea for maybe later on?
It does. I can't remember exactly who I was talking to, but I think this gives a great opportunity for some food storage and distribution.
No doubt.
For families in transition, a more centralized approach. I mean, we do so much around, but I think this gives some, I can't remember, maybe it's something with the Fellowship Church, and the F. Davies or somebody.
There's just this idea of addressing food scarcity, doing it in partnership with the major providers in the community. That's really a significant consideration.
Yeah, I think so.
And the price is certainly reasonable.
How many acres is that, Jared? Is that all 5 parcels or?
Yeah.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parcels. There's an alleyway. If you can read my scribble there, that says alley. You can see West Allen Avenue on the left and West Grove Avenue on the right. All of you know where it is, but for those of our patrons here watching online, Waffle House is to the upper right-hand corner of the picture, and Highway 71 is at the very top. 71B is at the very top of the screen. Our local realtor right there, Nick Emerson, he probably is able to calculate that just by sight as far as the number of acres.
Yeah.
But I'll calculate that out and get that to you. I know that's a question or an answer I should have had prepared for you, but I haven't actually read the property description as of late. But these are accurate depictions of the property itself.
I say go for it.
You'd like for me to explore with Hans and leadership? Okay. Well, I'll explore more, see if we can gather some partnership and maybe some contributors to try to help us in this venture, because I know that the school district doesn't necessarily want to do it all ourselves. There are partners out there who, as Dr. Rollins said, they're very keen on helping decrease food scarcity for our children and our families. So we'll seek partnerships as usual, and we'll try to find ways to come up with an innovative idea to secure that property. So thank you for your leadership in that, and thank you for your support for that idea. Dr. Rollins, there's one thing else lacking that I'd like to have an update for you and the school board. As you know, we've been battling for several years now our fuel station for buses and our fleet. We've had significant spills. I don't want to say spills, pump issues, drain issues. You know, we tend to hit our pumps occasionally, or they just break from the weather. And we've patched together our fueling system, especially for diesel, over time, to the point that it no longer is a viable solution. We bought used pumps years ago. We patched those pumps. Today, we have an opportunity to go forward. I don't want to say with the state-of-the-art system, but it's a high-quality system that we can track who gets fuel, when they got fuel, how much they got fuel, and it populates into a computer system. And we're able to make sure that the fuel we purchase and the fuel that's dispensed, we can audit that. Does that make sense? So we have this fuel man type opportunity. Jeremy White would have to tell me exactly what the name is. But it's fuel man. Okay. I thought I had it close. But it comes with a price tag. Another aspect that really is a want, and it's a desire that we've discussed for a long time. Our bus drivers are such quality people. They're wonderful people, and they serve our kids in a way that really is, unless you've experienced it and done it yourself, there's no way to really understand it. But they're out there fueling their buses in rain and snow and weather. And the opportunity has arisen for us to potentially put a canopy over the new fueling system, if you allow it, to protect our drivers and our employees while they pump fuel in the rain, the wind, and even the sun. You know, if Come and Go and Casey's and all those other companies that really want to take care of their patrons, if they can protect them, it would sure be nice if we had that opportunity to protect our valued employees as well. And again, that too comes with price tag. The new fuel pump system, and as you can see, this 311829 area is our bus lot, okay? I've blown this picture up for you. if you look at the 3 yellow dots on the far right, our proposal is to put up 3 fueling stations that are high flow diesel and the opportunity for high flow gas or unleaded gas as well. That's a real need. We can fuel a lot faster. Potential to have a canopy over those is tremendous to protect our employees. And the overall price tag for that real need is just under $500,000. It's a tremendous effort, but and it's a tremendous price tag. We were hoping that $250,000 or so would be an option, but with the requirements of EPA and everything else, and the aspects that we're going to have to meet in order to just move forward with a quality system that's safe, it's going to cost a little money. So I'd ask you to consider the pumps for sure, and the canopy, which runs about $100,000. So it's 300 plus for the pump system and 100 plus for the canopy. There are 2 other aspects that we explored, and just so you know, we're being very frugal, or trying to be. Another aspect was trying to increase another bay to our bus garage in order for us to be able to be more efficient in the work we do with our buses. If you've been on a bus or know much about the school buses, they've become much like your cars that you drive. Highly computerized, very technical. No longer can you go out there and replace a pump and think that's okay. You have to have the equipment in order to do that. We have some highly skilled and highly trained mechanics now that can do additional work if they had the room to do that. Well, price tag for this additional bay is tremendous, and I really am embarrassed to even tell you about it, but it's roughly $1 million. So we're not asking you to consider that. Another option, hopefully that's a want in the future, is the potential to have an automatic bus watch. And again, it goes to the idea of protecting our staff, having clean buses, and really clean buses are safe buses because you have lights that are clean, tail lights, headlights, all of the aspects that are important to make sure that students are safe. But it's also an image of if we have clean buses and our drivers are happy in the buses that they're driving, then the image is our district is doing pretty well. If we take care of our buses, we're certainly going to take care of our children. That aspect is about $1 million as well. And, you know, we just can't ask the board to take that kind of a leap at this time, but know that we'd like to. But if we had the money, if a donor came forward and said, hey, Miss Krieg, Miss Cook, we have this money for you to wash your buses, we'd gladly take it and do that project if you like. But at this particular moment, I think the consideration would be for you to mull over, if you will, changing our fueling system and protecting our bus drivers with the canopy. And it'll be minor. It's not going to be one of these substantial $1 billion canopies. Would the board consider entertaining that proposal?
I think we definitely need the fueling station and the canopies. I'm like you, I'd love to have another bay or 2 to work on buses and to have bus wash, but we may have to try to build some more community relationships before we do that part of it. So I say definitely move forward on the, just my opinion, move forward on the fueling stations and canopy for sure.
Well, I know it's been important to you all to take care of the drivers and our team. So if that is the will of the board, we'll continue to move forward. I'll get you more close to a final number for consideration later. If I can just have some approval now to let Flint go push forward to see what those numbers or final numbers will be and potential bidding for you to approve, that would be wonderful.
He needs a motion or approval to proceed with getting at least one code. Well, to get true numbers.
True numbers with the canopy and
yes,
fuel man service.
Yes. Thoughts, conversation.
I'll make a motion to move forward with exploring what it's going to cost to do this.
There's a motion by Mr. Hutchinson, a second by Mr. Ramos to move forward with talks with Flintco over the bus barn improvements. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Will that help?
Yes, thank you very much for your support. We really, truly appreciate it. And I'll be back with additional information in the future.
So, Steve, you okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clay, if you would you please come forward for your presentation?
Good evening, Dr. Rollins and members of the board. I have 3 items on your agenda tonight. The first item is out-of-district transfers. You'll see that this month there are 2 students requesting to transfer from Springdale School District to another school district. Both of those students involve hardships. The first student that wishes to go to Farmington has a mother who works for the custodial service that Farmington uses to clean their schools. Because they outsource that service, the student does not get to go to Farmington as a matter of law and would have to be approved for transfer in order to attend Farmington, where his mother works for the school district or for the company that works for the school district. The second student that wishes to go to Fayetteville is a situation where it's a blended family and one parent moved into Springdale. And if the request is not granted, it would result in one of the parents having to drive students to 2 separate school districts on the morning that that parent had custody of the children. So again, a hardship situation for that family. The remaining students, there's 3 students that want to transfer into Springdale. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Otherwise, I'd ask that you approve these transfers as listed in your agenda.
I have a motion from Mr. Bell to approve the transfers as submitted. A second from Mr. Owenby. All those in favor of accepting the transfers as submitted?
Aye.
All those opposed? There you go.
Thank you. The next item, Ms. Tischer gave good set to earlier in her presentation, but it is a request that the board authorize the district and leadership team pursuing an increase in the enrollment cap at Don Tyson School of Innovation. As you know, the Don Tyson School of Innovation is a district conversion charter school that is governed by the contents of a contract, basically, which the state calls a charter. Part of that charter is an enrollment cap that is defined by the district through the application process. And any changes to that enrollment cap have to go through the state charter authorizing panel and then ultimately to the State Board of Education. Currently, DTSOI has an enrollment cap of 2,000 students. In talking with Ms. Wartz, she expects anywhere between 1,600 and 1,700 students to be enrolled there, both in person, blended, and virtual in the fall. So that leaves 300 to 400 spaces available under the current enrollment cap. As the COVID-19 pandemic progressed and continues to progress, the team has seen the need and believes there will be a need for families with students in both the 612 setting, which we currently offer virtual, 100% virtual programming to through DTSOI. We anticipate there will be at least some increase in need for that 612 setting. And then we also anticipate that there will be a need for the K-5 100% virtual option for families as we progress to the start of school in August. DTSOI is prepared and preparing to offer that programming to the K-5 students. The school has actually been approved K-12 from its inception. It just has not served those younger students. So asking for the increase in enrollment cap would allow families within the district who want their students to receive a Springdale education, but 100% virtually from home, would have that opportunity to receive virtual instruction through DTSOI. So the request that I would ask is for you to make a motion to authorize the district administration team to seek an increase in enrollment cap to accommodate the increase in need for virtual instruction for Springdale students. Do you have any questions about the process or what we know at this time?
What's the new cap?
That's interesting that you asked. We haven't set on a number, as in nothing has been submitted to the state for approval. It makes sense to me, and this may sound really outside of the box, but I'll tell you why I would make this recommendation. It makes sense to me to ask for an increase in enrollment to 23,000. And the reason would be we want to be able to accommodate any Springdale student who makes this choice to receive virtual instruction. So it's kind of, you don't know which cart to put in front of the horse, or if the horse is in front of the cart, or however the saying goes. We don't know what the need is at this point, and we don't know what the demand will be. And especially as the pandemic is constantly changing, we don't know what August is going to look like. So allowing asking for an increase in enrollment cap for DTSOI up to 23,000, with the caveat that it would be to accommodate students virtually, and it would be for Springdale students, would be my recommendation. I will say that I don't think any charter school has ever asked for an enrollment cap that high. So it may very well be that the charter panel or the state board give us different direction. But my recommendation would be to proceed with asking for an enrollment cap of 23,000 students to accommodate current Springdale students.
Kendra?
Yes.
Why would you put a caveat in there of it just be Springdale students?
Well, that's where the 23,000 number comes from, and that would accommodate the Springdale students. If students came to us from other districts through the board-to-board transfer process, we of course would accept them. But that's the rationale behind the increase of enrollment cap, or the 23,000 number in the enrollment cap.
Any other questions or thoughts?
Make a motion to increase the enrollment cap for Tyson School of Innovation.
Second.
There is a motion from Mr. Ramos, a second from Mr. Hutchinson to increase the enrollment cap for Don Tyson School of Innovation to 23,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes.
Thank you. The last item in my part of the agenda tonight is the policy revisions and updates. This is the policy packet that you were given last month for review. There is one additional policy on there that was added this month. That's number 19, addition to the wellness policy. It adds one line that basically says the district supports hydration and the use of water bottles. And adding that language to our wellness policy would enable the district to get some grants that are out there for refillable water bottle stations. So that is the only addition or change from the packet as it was presented to you last month. Since we talked last month, the PPC did review the highlighted policies. Those are the policies that are related to personnel, and they were approved those unanimously. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would ask that you approve these policy revisions to be effective July 1st.
Anyone have any questions or concerns about the policy revisions?
I'll make a motion to approve the board policy revisions and updates effective July 1st.
There's a motion by Mr. Emerson, a second by Mr. Bell to accept the policy changes effective July 1st. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Kendra? Kendra, I appreciate all the work you do here. I about went blind reading through all these last month. I was just curious. I know you go through a bunch of them, two, 3 different times a year. Are we getting close to you reviewing all of our stuff that you've got here? Or how much more do we still have to go through to get everything up to date?
Well, it's pretty much a constantly moving target because even if and when we get completely up to date, there will be a legislative session and we will be immediately out of date. So I'd like to call that job security, but hopefully I have a goal of in the next year or so moving as much as possible to the School Boards Association model policies. And we've been moving that way over the past few years, as you've seen through the changes that have come before you. But once we get to the point of the model policies being almost the entire packet of Springdale policies, the process of identifying and updating the policies will become easier and quicker, so that it will be up to date faster than having to review those basically manually line by line to see what we need to change.
That sounds like a great goal.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you, Kendra. Great work. Mr. Hayes, if you're ready, please come forward.
Good evening, board. Dr. Rollins. I have 2 items for your consideration this evening. As you know, we are required by law to disclose any related parties that we have financial dealings with. I don't know if I've shared this with y'all lately, but the most you can do one for at any particular time is 2 years. So you have to disclose those on an ongoing basis every 2 years. So it's time for us to redisclose, so to speak, the relationship of Catering Unlimited. Catering Unlimited is a catering company in Springdale, and it is owned by Mark and Melissa Henry. And Melissa Henry is a teacher in our district. And so on occasion, we have used Catering Unlimited, and in those instances, we take more than one proposal from companies. And if Catering Unlimited has the best price, then we do business with them. So we need to disclose that relationship, and I need to ask the board to renew the relationship with Catering Unlimited, please.
I'll make a motion to extend this relationship for another couple of years.
There's a motion by Mr. Hutchinson, a second by Mr. Ramos to accept the disclosure form or to renew the disclosure form with Catering Unlimited. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, board. The second item that I have for you this evening are the May financials. I'm sure you've had a chance to look at them. On our revenue report, you can see our revenue is right in line with last year percentage-wise. I was sharing with Dr. Rollins earlier that that's a little misleading because for one thing, we don't budget student growth ever, and we did receive $1 million in student growth. So that's helping our percentage for this year, but that happens every year. The other big piece that is different is we received $1.7 million from the state to pay our national board certified teachers their stipend or bonus. That has never happened before, and I didn't know it was going to happen until after the budget had been set, so I did not have that money budgeted. So those are a couple of items that is bringing our percentage up a little bit. The thing that is really concerning to me is something I shared with y'all last month, and that is there has been a delay in the Washington County collector sending out the tax bills for this year. Typically, those go out in the month of April, around mid-April, and I have contacted the collector as recently as yesterday and was told that they should hit mailboxes this week. Well, that's a difference of, 6 to 7 weeks. So therefore, it has caused a disruption in our collections. So last month, I shared with you that the amount of funds that we collected from Washington County was 2.7 million less than the month a year ago. So now we have another month. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I'm a little mixed up here. This May report, we received around 13.3 million in current taxes, but we collected 16 million last month. I called them to see how much they're going to send me in June. Last year we received 1.9 million. This year they're going to send us 600,000. So collectively we're about $4 million down where we were at this time last year on our current tax collections. Obviously, with 3 weeks to go in the fiscal year, unless something totally unexpected happens, which I don't anticipate, we are not going to hit our budget on revenue collections. As Mr. Ramos pointed out last month, these funds will be paid, hopefully, everyone will pay their taxes, but it'll be pushed into the next fiscal year. That's still concerning to me because as we look at our legal balance, what is our legal balance going to be as a result of this shortfall in revenue? I'm still hopeful that we'll be okay on our legal balance. I don't anticipate a significant decrease, but I'll be able to tell you more after we conclude our business in June, obviously. So do y'all have any questions? I kind of mixed that up a little bit. Did everyone follow that garbled explanation? I can't see you. Are you shaking your heads?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we followed.
Good, good. Okay, so because I'm the district worrier, I'm worried about that, and I want y'all to be worried about it with me. So now I've told you. Yeah, on the expenditure report, you will see that we made a major payment out of our debt service fund. We make our debt service payments twice a year, in November and May. And so in May, we paid 8.6 million. That was an expected expense of our debt service, but that is something that's unusual about our May financials. Percentage-wise, we're a little ahead of where we were last year as far as the operating fund. I'm not overly concerned about that. I think we'll be fine. On the teacher salary fund, I was a little concerned about why on earth are we ahead of where we were last year? This shouldn't be the case. What have I missed? And then I remembered that it's all that national board payment going out. That was well over $1 million that I didn't have budgeted. As you know, the money came in and then we sent it right back out. So it's hitting on both sides, revenue and expense. So overall, I think we're in good shape other than what I've mentioned to you. So any questions from my rambling?
We appreciate you worrying for us.
Well, I am doing that, I can assure you, so.
Thank you, Kelly. Team?
Wait, we need to make a motion.
We gotta approve these.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is there a motion to approve the financials as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the financial statements as presented.
A motion for Mr. Ramos, a second for Mr. Emerson to approve the financials as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Kelly?
Yes, sir.
The 1599 request that we do, is that something that the school district keeps track of every 2 years, or is that something that the individual is supposed to keep up with?
We contact the businesses when they're getting close to expiring and ask them to complete a new form.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go. Team, in the room downstairs, is Miss Tucker in the room, or is there a
Yeah, she's
SCA
in the
rep?
back. She's in the field.
There's, good, good. Thank you. Good to see you.
Hey y'all, it's good to see you guys all from a distance. In SEA news, we finally have a new UniServe director. Just found out today. We interviewed Renee Johnson last week and knew that she would be a great fit for us, and especially for Springdale. She is a former classroom teacher and special education teacher, and she is currently the UniServe director for Pulaski Schools and North Little Rock Schools, and actually requested to interview because she had heard so many great things about Springdale from Chris and really wanted to move up here to work with us. So she says that she is very excited to meet you all. It's also an honor to be here with you all tonight to celebrate Dr. Rollins and Miss Childress for all that y'all have done. Miss Childress, it's been so great to work with you. You have a true heart for students and for educators, and it always shows. You have gone the extra mile to make sure so many children and educators find their potential within and that they feel valued. And we just appreciate you so much, and we'll miss you, and we wish you the best on your new adventure. And Loretta has a gift for you. And Dr. Rollins, your impact is so great. It was just heartwarming to be outside and see how many people you have touched and impacted while you have served in Springdale. Thanks for all you've done for our students, the teachers and staff, our community, the state, and even our nation. Your accomplishments are many. You've taught us to never stop learning and growing so that we can be better for our students each and every day, and to find innovative ways to, of course, teach them all. I am very proud to be a teacher that you have influenced as my leader. You leave a wonderful legacy, and I know that you'll continue to build upon that as you start your new adventure at NTI. So we have something for you too. But thanks for having me, and I appreciate you guys.
And now we will adjourn for executive session. And we come back and call this meeting back to order.
All right, I just want to say, first of all, thank you, everybody, for hanging around. We had a lot of good stuff to talk about in executive session. Sorry we kept you up so late, but I do want to make a motion. I want to make a motion to name Dr. Jared Cleveland our new superintendent effective July 1, 2020.
I'll second that.
There's a motion from Mr. Hutchinson and a second from Clinton Bell to name Dr. Jared Cleveland our the new superintendent for Springdale Public Schools effective July 1, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. While 11 o'clock at night, I'm not sure I can give a congratulations speech the way I would have liked to at 7. We have watched you over the last 7 years grow in different positions within the district. When Dr. Rollins brought you here, I fully expected him to prepare you and to grow you into a new position one way or the other, just like he has everybody here and just like he has each of us. And I believe that he, with his guidance, you have become the person that can lead us best into the next generation. And as we know, and as everyone has said over this board meeting, we have a lot in front of us. And I have never been more confident in a team of educators and a team of professionals than I have in this one. And I firmly believe that with you and with everyone working together, we can get through anything, including the craziness that's going on today. And so congratulations, and we can't wait to work with you.
Thank you so much. I want to, I've been somewhat silent during this last few months. I've let the folks that have kind of been shepherding this thing through do their thing. And I want to say thank you to Kevin for all the hard work that you've put into making this what it is, helping out with Dr. Rollins and kind of being the intermediary between NWTI and Springdale. Thank you so much for that. And Michelle coming on during the absolute craziest time that you can come on as president with the pandemic and all this uncertainty. You've done great work. Now, unfortunately, I'm the old man of the group. I didn't know that I'd ever be here 13 years ago when I got on the board. I was just a young pup and still kind of scared of, Van Beber and Bradford and all those guys. And now I'm one of them. And it's really hard to comprehend, but I remember when I met Dr. Rollins back in, I think, 82 or 83, when I moved back to the district. And I think from that day on, you knew my name, and that always impressed me. And I just appreciate and thank you for everything you've done. I mean, there's not many men in my life that have had more influence on me than you have. Obviously, my father. That may be the only man that's had more influence on my life than you have. So I appreciate everything you've done. I mean, thanks. I mean, just keep up. You're already on Mount Rushmore of education, public education. I think you definitely have a chance to be on Mount Rushmore of workforce education. I think that's your next deal, and I fully intend on that happening. So if there's anything we ever do to help, thank you. But thanks for everything you've done. When we taxed you 10 years ago with putting a succession plan in place, you did a hell of a job. You brought this guy in here, you brought these other folks in here, you trained them up. Just like she said, I'm confident that things are gonna go fine from here forward. So, great job. That's all I had to say. I haven't done that yet, and I just want to publicly say thank you.
Well, if no one has anything else.
I've got about 20 minutes, so.
Let's go home.
All right.